Let's start at the beginning, main topic. The United States has initiated airstrikes on Tehran, or on Iran. Apparently the Southern Communications, and that they're calling it the areas where they're holding drones and those type of things on the coast. That is according to CENTCOM. And I will read out what CENTCOM wrote. Federalness. CENTCOM came today and pointed out right here. United States Central Command forces conducted additional strikes against multiple targets on Iran at the commander-in-chief's discretion after yesterday's U.S. strikes in response to the Iranian attacks on MV Ever Lovely. Iran was given a chance to, quote, honor the ceasefire agreement, but elected not to when its forces launched a one-way attack drone that hit MT Kiku this morning at 4:30 in the morning, a Panamanian flag tanker. Now, just to give context, yesterday, a ship was hit with a drone. I assume that the ship that was hit was named MV Ever Lovely. Yeah, Ever Lovely. Okay, fair enough. We'll go with that. That tanker was hit with a drone. The U.S. turned around and did reprisal strikes against Iran for hitting that tanker with the drone. Now, there's confusion happening at the Strait, and there seems to be a tug of war with Iran effectively maintaining control of the Strait. They never said they were going to give control of the Strait and telling ships areas with which to go to be safe. This ship apparently wasn't necessarily following orders. The U.S. hit Iran with strikes. Iran responded by hitting the U.S. basically in Bahrain. Now, today, these strikes take place again. Iran hit a tanker. The U.S. responds. Basically, we've been having reprisal strikes back and forth between Iran and the United States. As we speak, apparently there were explosions being heard in Bahrain and Kuwait. So Iran's response was pretty much immediate. These days of being able to hit without responses. Oh, attack, reprisal, attack, reprisal. All right, that is what is taking place, and that what has taken place for today. The first part of this, and yes, I wrote down notes because I want to be concise. Airstrikes, okay, strikes are taking place. Now, what's wild about this, about these attacks, is that the entire purpose of the Memorandum of Understanding was because the United States was in a bit of a fix. That attack that Donald Trump was effectively going with the strategic oil reserve, at some point, it's not an infinite supply. And because it's not an infinite supply, at some point it was going to run out. We were getting to the point where Donald Trump's rhetoric about the war ending, the 40 times that he effectively said so, was not necessarily going to hold up, because at the end of the day, the issue was going to ultimately be inventory. That was the issue, inventory. The entire point of controlling the Strait of Hormuz from the standpoint of Iran was effectively a strategic weapon against not the global economy, but the U.S. economy. So when Donald Trump signed a Memorandum of Understanding, he did so not because he wanted to. If he had a military solution, he would have taken it. He signed it because ultimately he was in a fix that he needed to extricate himself out of, even if it meant signing a document. The rub is that the document was never necessarily going to be really honored. It was only going to be honored to a certain degree, but it was always going to be flagrantly violated. You can look at the document itself. Many of the items and the key items were kicked down the hill. Basically, we're not going to talk about the nuclear issue right now. They start bringing stuff about the IAEA. Of course, this was never agreed upon. And obviously, this idea that Donald Trump still talked about himself as if he ultimately won. Despite the fact that to the people in the United States who looked at the document realized that it was the U.S. that was making a huge number of concessions. But again, it boils down to whether or not those concessions are going to be actually honored. And the key concession, Lebanon, and all war stopping, was flagrantly violated from the very beginning and was never honored. All right. The other part to this that we need to hit has to do with what is happening now. In the very beginning of this war, the United States went with this idea that, well, we don't want them to have nukes. The reality of it is that it was always, or the issue was always that Iran existed. The very breath that they breathed into their lungs, that was the problem. Hence, the decapitation strike that the United States effectively launched with the idea of destroying the Iranian government and ideally creating some level of chaos, regime change, or a failed state. All would have been perfectly acceptable. This didn't work. This failed. Iran takes the Strait. The US doesn't really have an answer for Iran taking the Strait and goes into a peace with the idea of accomplishing their war aims through negotiation, basically a peace track. Now, Iran seemingly was, I would say, prepared for this because they responded in kind immediately after being attacked. An argument can be made that should have entered into the peace in the first place because they knew the US was never going to honor it. That argument can be made that you deal with the empire on their knees, not before they get to the point of being on their knees, and the US wasn't quite on their knees, and peace in this case was a trap. I think that's true. Personally, I think that's true. But I've seen these other agreements that the US entered into that they never honored. So going into something like this, my assumption was that they were never going to honor it. More to the point, the war and the first skirmish is over. The second skirmish has begun. And in the second skirmish, the United States is confronted with the fact that it is lost. It's lost something. That Iran was able to effectively take the Strait almost as war booty, even to the point of charging tolls for ships going through the Strait. Oman and Iran has already agreed on a management agency where they're going to collect, quote, environmental tolls, unquote, which obviously are just tolls. That is something new. That is something different in the world. Iran has been able to assert strength and not just assert it in rhetoric, but assert it on the ground in being able to effectively take the Strait. So what started off as a campaign by the United States in order to effectively get uranium dust, and it's now moved back into the negatives, where they are now having a fight over who controls the Strait in and of itself. What the United States is effectively saying, if you hit a ship going through it, we will respond to you, which obviously Iran can't tolerate because that would imply they don't control the Strait. Meaning, this new fight is over the Strait of Hormuz. It's still existential, true, but right now what the US seemingly is trying to do is to get across the ships that Iran doesn't control the Strait. Well, the reality of it is that insurance companies are not necessarily going to be enthused to pay money to a ship that gets hit trying to cross the Strait, meaning the very act, or the very point in this case, of being able to fire missiles at ships makes it very difficult to get insurance for those ships. The US seemingly is taking it upon itself to try to assert that Iran doesn't indeed control the Strait. Hence, the new ante, who controls the Strait of Hormuz. And is Iran strong enough to be able to indicate that they control the Strait against US provocation? That is another question that is raised. Now, the other question, and by the way, I think the US is also going to lose this. I think Iran obviously controls the Strait. And the reality of it is, if they have the ability to fire missiles at ships, those ships are going to have a hard time getting insurance, which makes it difficult for those ships to cross the Strait because at that point they would be taking their lives into their own hands, not to mention the ship itself. We'll see. What this is going to boil down to is a thematic struggle, however, over now the Strait of Hormuz, whereas before, the entire point was to smash and destroy the Iranian state. The US is a loss of, well, what wasn't even a war aim. Now there's a new war aim for something that they've effectively lost, that they can't necessarily deal with the world acknowledging and seeing the fact that they lost. It's a big deal. It's fascinating when you think about it. Both sides are putting this up as an ante, and both sides are going to be working feverishly in order to demonstrate that they are the ones that control what takes place on the ground. The other part to this, to get across that the US was never entering into this honestly, was what recently took place, or what took place yesterday, if I'm not mistaken, where a peace deal was signed between, well, a peace deal was agreed upon between Israel and Lebanon. Let's be very clear. Lebanon is not a sovereign country. Lebanon is firmly in the auspices. It's a vassal of the United States. It's a puppet state. It is not a sovereign entity. Israel has invaded Lebanon, and the Lebanese military wouldn't fire a shot at anger at the fact that Israel has been invaded and murdering Lebanese, over 4,000 going back to March. So, the people who have been fighting and holding the line on this has been Hezbollah. Now, Iran, in their memorandum of understanding, has already asserted, and the U.S. signed, that all war stop. From the Iranian perspective, this is not Israel as an independent actor. It doesn't matter what the United States says. Iran has already asserted that Israel is a proxy. It's under your control and under your power. You hold the leash to that. We're not playing this game of the tail wagging the dog with the dog wagging the tail. We know firmly, regardless of what Israel says, that you are the master of that dog, and you will be held accountable for what that dog does. The U.S. signed on to that. They could have protested. They could have said Israel is a sovereign actor. They didn't do that. They signed on to it almost in an assertion that we agree with the premise that we are in control of this dog, whatever that dog thinks or says. Talking dog. All right, which means that all wars were supposed to stop. That includes Gaza, that includes Lebanon, that includes southern Lebanon, it includes all of Lebanon. All wars are supposed to stop. And obviously, that wasn't the case. All of the reporting that was coming out was talking about how Donald Trump is fed up with Netanyahu. Donald Trump used the F-bomb. Was Netanyahu still insert when Donald Trump used the F-bomb? All of this nonsense that came out. And yes, there are some people that believed it because I suspect they wanted to believe it. They wanted to believe that something was fundamentally different. But the reality of it is, I don't know why they thought that. Truth be told, U.S. policy was perfectly fine with Israel occupying southern Lebanon and killing and murdering its way through Lebanon. We had no issue with that. We were fine with that. We were fine with it during the war that we're still in, that Israel was killing its way through Lebanon. Again, we were fine with it. We didn't pull the reins. We had no issue with it. We weren't complaining about it. After the war, then all of a sudden there was this, oh my God, Israel is rogue. They're sovereign actor. We don't have any control over them. Donald Trump is upset. Donald Trump is angry. Donald Trump is mad. Just like we saw during the Biden administration, and just like we saw at the beginning of the Trump administration when he first came into office. I don't know why people looked at that and came to the conclusion that this was serious without any action from the United States to indicate that it was serious. The reality of it is, this was an attempt to create separation between these two entities while Israel continued to burrow itself in southern Lebanon and maintain its position in Lebanon. The deal that was reached between Israel and Lebanon, if you want to call it a deal at all, nails the fact that my model was right, that that's exactly what was taking place. Because in that deal, what they're trying to do is sever southern Lebanon off from Lebanon, to create a civil war in one case, if they could be so lucky from their point of view. But more to the point, if Lebanon makes a deal where they effectively give territory to Israel, which is effectively what the government has done, it's an utter and complete betrayal. It is utterly shameful what they've effectively just done. But if you do that, then rhetorically and in a propagandistic sense, it makes it look as if, well, even the Lebanese government itself, the sovereign actor that it is, has decided to give Israel that territory. When, in all reality, Lebanon is a puppet state. That territory was given over in order to sever that territory from Iranian control. And it's not really Iranian control, that's not right. More so from the deal itself, to make it look as if southern Lebanon doesn't count, and that Israeli murder and occupation can continue. If that doesn't prove that this was never seen in the honest light and that they were never going to pull out of Lebanon, that the U.S. understood they were never going to pull out of Lebanon. I don't know what else does. I don't know what else does. There's obviously been protests that have been taking place all over Lebanon over this particular Beirut. People have been very upset. People feel, and they have a right to, betrayed by their own government. All of those things are effectively true.
What do you want a fucking cookie for knowing the U.S. was lying? Come on,
because,
Jamal.
Again, according to the U.S. and signing the MOU, all wars were supposed to stop. And obviously, that wasn't the case. So, moving forward, we are going to see more skirmishes. Because Iran cannot give up control of the Strait or give the impression that they've given up control of the Strait. The reason why I thought that there was going to be continued military struggle going all the way back from the beginning of this was because it's the issue of the superpower. The idea that the U.S. was going to accept losing and just pack up and go home and never really considered that to be rational. They were going to test Iran all the way through this. They were trying to destroy the state. And at the point where they couldn't necessarily destroy the state outright, even during negotiations, my assumption was that the U.S. was going to test, see how serious Iran was about, let's say, their resilience. How serious are you about defending Lebanon? How serious are you about defending the integrity?
Yeah, man, we all told them we thought they were lying, but, you know, they don't really listen to us. I don't have an insight to the negotiating team.
Are tests. In which case, does Iran maintain its resilience and strength over the course of this test? Are they able to navigate all of the challenges that are effectively being posed at it? This is existential. This is not trivial. U.S.
I mean, this isn't as bad as Professor John. He's just like, told you. I'm like, yeah, we fucking know, man. You didn't tell us anything.
I was the last piece of game board in the strictest of the terms. Keep in mind, Wesley Clark talking about all of the countries that were going to be taken down with Iran being the final country. Well, Syria has fallen. Iran is the last man standing. It is fascinating. And
it's not a foregone conclusion, though. Like, wait a minute, I just noticed he's got... Is that the TNG crew behind him? That's sick. Hell yeah. Whatever. Hold on.
They have handled themselves.
I don't know why I'm even doing another TikTok.
Considering it down any country
last
is
night,
going to have divisions,
and there's nothing wrong with it.
Of people who have different ideas
and then, like,
on what they need to do.
Last time they tried to be like, "Oh, this is misinformation," and I successfully appealed it because there was obviously no misinformation in my TikTok. So this time they didn't even say what rule I violated. They just took it down and said, "You violated the rules."
Want to accomplish, and that would be true in the U.S. just like it's true in Iran, especially considering Iran at this point is in a pressure cooker. Again, they've handled themselves magnificently well, especially during the first skirmish. We are now in the second iteration, or the second battle, if you want to call it that, or second skirmish. We'll see where this goes. From my point of view, this is going to go back and forth. The U.S., and last point, ego and hubris. The entire point of the memorandum of understanding, and some of this is, it's the way the U.S. sees itself, which leads credence to the argument of people who said that Iran should have never taken their hand off the spigot, that they should have just allowed the U.S. to suffer. Oil prices went up to $450. And the reality of it is those prices should have been higher than that, especially considering their inventory loss. But they didn't go higher than that because for all intents and purposes, Donald Trump kept jawboning and releasing the strategic reserve. Now you're seeing the prices float higher because it's the realization that inventory is the issue, not hopium. Inventory is a real physical thing. Hope is more esoteric. It's the inventory that matters, less so the hopium. And now we've effectively ended back up into main military conflict. There was never even a time for us to even replenish the oil stocks, let alone anything else. And yet we're back into conflict. Hubris. nothing has fundamentally changed in the context of the US signing the MOU. And I mean that in the context of the reasons why we signed the MOU. Those things are still real, those things are still true. At some point, that would assert itself in one way or the other. Either the US is going to have to find an off ramp, or we are going to see gas go through the roof. And you may even see a little bit of both, considering what is effectively taking place right now. Either way, either way, we'll see. We'll see. I can only do is report it. I would say, though, my model in this has been correct. I don't think that's an amazing feat. I think it's pretty obvious if you look at recent history over the course of the last, let's say, 15, 20 years. But yeah, it's unfortunate. It's unfortunate. We'll see. I strongly suspect that at some point they're going to have to find an off ramp, because, again, the reality of things is that the things that remain true prior never really change. And from my point of view, yes, the US was always going to continue trying to find ways to undermine all of these countries that are the fulcrum of let's say, a new world of sorts. And it's just so happened going directly at Russia and directly going after Iran. But we have deficits that need to be acknowledged. And it does not seem like the White House can acknowledge those deficits out of its own hubris. Iran hit a ship with a drone. You should let it go. Hubris says you can't let it go because you need to show that you're the dominant, you're the one that is in control, even when you're not necessarily in control.
You didn't even tell us like the sequence of events. This 20-minute video, I listened to the whole thing basically, and he didn't even say like what the U.S. was doing to provoke this. Okay, start.
Fact, fantasy, and history have come together to tease the imagination.
What up? What up? Fulcrum. I wasn't even gonna stream, and then I was like, well, I want to play FIFA, so I might as well turn the stream on. Yeah, but like, dude, Jamal put that video out and got fucking 3,000 views in the past, what? I guess 5 hours ago, but um, like it wasn't informative at all. Like I like Jamal a lot. There's very few left wing fucking cranks. I say that in the the positive sense. Like left wing people who cover UFO shit. Um, the facile, simplistic answer is just to be like, oh, that's just fucking psyop. Regardless of how much sense that makes, because it makes zero sense. I've gone through this a lot, but oh yeah, they're just the government's lying. Okay, no, the government's lying, but what exactly is the lie? You have to know that you have to be better at figuring out what the lie is, like what they're lying and why they're lying to cover shit up. Like, you know, the dialectical materialist analysis doesn't fucking scan for, oh yeah, no, they're psyoping us. It's 75-year-long psyop that has made nobody look good and everybody look bad. Cool. Um, hmm, what? Me? Government? Which the Israeli government? That's right. Um, no, it's like you did the thing where they're like, "Oh, see, Trump was lying," and it's like, yeah, of course. Like they want to see if they can get away with it, but like I don't think that like what is, you know, there's not like you can't really find the incentive structure to be like, oh, Trump wants this Lebanon, this conquest of Lebanon to continue. Like there's not really any money in it for him, right? So like clearly like he can't. Like I think they've painted themselves into a corner with Israel and like they can't reveal how cucked they are, right? Like so it's not so much like the tail wagging the dog. It's like the dog has told everybody that, or the dog has told everybody that he doesn't have a tail. He had his tail surgically removed, but actually he's just got it tucked between his legs, and he doesn't want you to figure that out, that he's been lying about it. That doesn't work either. Mm. That he told everybody he got his tail pierced or something, and he's been lying about it. He doesn't want them to find out that his tail is actually not pierced. I want to know why the dog is talking. All right, so if the tail and the dog, so the dog is the US and the tail is Israel, but that doesn't really jive. It's more sort of like the dog continues to have the ability to wag the tail, but if he wags the tail, then everybody will know he was lying about his cool piercing he got, his tail piercing. He told everybody at school that he got his tail pierced and it's super sick. And like I would show you, but like I don't want to get in trouble, so I can't show you my tail. Um, Something like that. So if he shows them his tail, um, yeah, something. We'll keep workshopping that. There's something that's a good framework, I think. Um, but like think about it. If Trump were to be like Israel, I've asked them to stop and they told me to go fuck myself. What are you gonna do? Right? Like he can't say that. Like he can't. I don't think Biden could either, you know? Like I think, and it's also like with the blackmail aspect of it, like we know what happened with Clinton, right? I don't think we watched that James Lee video, but James Lee just had a video about it the other night where it was like, oh, don't worry, Bill. We would never release our copy of the Lewinsky tape to anybody, you know. Now back to those Lebanese bombs, I think it's, like that. Um, but you'll notice too that like it's the weekend Prince Albert tail piercing. He's got his dick and his tail pierced, and if he shows you, you know, you'll know he was lying. Um, Evie told me to get a piercing. Did he tell you that like he'd hate for your boss to find out that like you had a piercing, or he would hate for your boss to find out that you're spending all this time in these subversive chat rooms and something like that? Mm, yeah, dude, fucking TikTok, dude. Mm. Hold on a second. Okay, this works. Let's see if it exports now. It's too intense. All right, cool, it's working. Um, well, I mean, the bombing of Yugoslavia was to distract from the Lewinsky. Um, I don't know, like that James Lee video, just from looking at the thumbnail, he seemed to be implying that Lewinsky was a plant and she was not, she was actually there to get him in trouble, which I'm not opposed to that theory. I just haven't heard that theory fleshed out. Like, I'd believe it. Just like, Erica Kirk. This is the most subversive chat room. Yeah, exactly. You think she was a plant? All right, let's watch that video because I didn't want it to watch it, and then we never did. Let's see if I can find it. Um, oh, so what they were doing, by the way, because Jamal didn't tell us, but they they Iran closed the Strait of Hormuz, right? Because Israelis were not pulling out of Lebanon like they had agreed to. Like again, the MOU specifically references Lebanon like 6 times. Says no, no, this includes Lebanon. You have to pull out of Lebanon. You have to pull out of Lebanon. And then they were like, no, we're not going to do that. Um, and then Trump is running interference. Trump's like, oh, they have to defend their soldiers. Their soldiers were got shot at. They had to attack. They had to hit back. Making it seem like their soldiers got attacked inside their own territory and not in Lebanese territory. Meanwhile, they have the fucking Lebanese president who, again, is not like they have, this complicated governance system that's meant to be like power sharing because, like they love to do, they want it to kneecap the Lebanese people and prevent them from being able to exercise sovereignty. So they have this power sharing arrangement where they basically are guaranteed to have at least one wing of the government controlled by their puppets. Um, it's like a Christian president, right? Um, so he is going along with whatever they tell him to, because he's not, he's like Zelensky. Um, so they're trying to present that as if they're making progress and we're negotiating or whatever. No, you're not. Hezbollah's not even in the room. You're in the room with this puppet, like again, Zelensky type figure, and he's trying to negotiate. It's basically like Zelensky negotiating with Trump and the EU about the fate of the Donbass, right? That's effectively what the Lebanese president is doing, right? He's dictating, pretending as if he has sovereignty over southern Lebanon in the areas where Hezbollah operates. Um, Of course, it should go without saying that you're not going to have any kind of legitimate negotiation without representatives of the armed fighting group in there. Um, so again, that then Iran said, "Fuck that." They called their bluff. They were like, "No, we're not doing that. We're fucking Strait of Hormuz is hereby closed again." Um, I don't know if they stopped negotiating or in Switzerland or if they ever were in the first place. But then they tried to do this sneaky shit through Oman's territorial waters. Like they tried to do like an alternate route through the strait. And Iran warned them over and over again, don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that. Stop doing that. The Strait of Hormuz is closed. You're going to hurt yourself. Finally, they attacked a cargo vessel, bombed it, and everybody else turned back. So Trump didn't like that because they called Trump's bluff. So this morning there was like a huge bombing run over, I'm sure a bunch of schools and hospitals, and supposedly it was drone storage facilities or whatever along the coast. I would bet you $100 it was mostly civilian targets. So then Iran retaliated by bombing two or multiple bases. I don't know what they're still left to bomb because I was looking at that article yesterday. There's, I think, Wall Street Journal or somebody had an article about all the damages to all the U.S. bases, and they're like most of them seem to be like total loss, right? But I guess they're still finding targets. Like that shit in Bahrain is gone. Like that naval base, the Fifth Fleet naval base in Bahrain is just completely destroyed. Um, um, yeah. So then, of course, Trump retaliates with more civilian bombings. 3 iterations smarter than Bill. I mean, I don't know about that. I think they're both just fucking, you know. about as bad as you could be. They're both maxed out on that. I mean, just like that story we looked at last year where they killed those two teenage boys because they saw them unloading drugs in at the facility in Arkansas. Shit like that. Like the Clintons are, you know, eh, masterminds or at least, highly complicit in. That's a rotten. That's rotten. Like, oh, we better kill those teenagers. They might have seen what we were doing here. Get your plasmoids in, y'all. Mm, mm. But like, he thinks he can. I'll bet you any amount of money. There's an announcement before the fucking Wall Street opens on Monday morning where they're like, "Oh, we've come to a new agreement or whatever. Israel's going to stop, blah blah blah." Yeah, another hole in the desert. Um, is the weekend, right? So they think that they can get away with it. And again, I don't think the market is actually responding to the back and forth. I think the market is using the back and forth as a pretense to do what they wanted to do anyway. Because you'll notice sometimes the war kicks back into high gear and the market doesn't react, or it reacts the opposite direction. And sometimes they react completely independently of any kind of goings on the battlefield. You know, yeah, the gas stations I'm sure are already raising the prices, despite the fact that oil's, physically cannot the price cannot fluctuate right now. But I'm sure the gas station is more expensive tomorrow than it was today. Fully stomped. I mean, but what's he gonna say about that though? That's what I mean. Is like all these stonks guys, they don't have this. This is the thing. It's like the sort of parapolitical awareness and the financial awareness are very rarely is that Venn diagram. I feel like I know the parapolitical shit. I don't really know as much about the financial stuff. And that guy, I'm sure, knows about the financial stuff. Probably not as much about the parapolitical stuff. Oh no, this isn't what I wanted to watch. We already
Come
saw
on, this is
What's the other one? Yeah, here it is. Knew I was looking for it.
Now, recently in an interview in NBC News, former President Clinton was rather irate when he was asked if he ever apologized to you personally. And he said, I apologize publicly. Do you still expect that apology, the personal apology?
I'm so sorry. I'm not going to be able to do this.
Oh shit, sorry. What? I want to look at this closely. Jerusalem 2018.
Ever apologized to you personally? And he said, I apologize publicly. Do you still expect that apology, the personal apology?
I'm so sorry. I'm not going to
What?
be able to do this.
What?
that was Monica
If the market
Lewinsky
is a
in
rock and don't come
2018
and knock it.
storming off the
Yeah.
stage at a major international news conference in Jerusalem when asked about her affair with Bill Clinton. Why? Now you know the story. A hot, young, 22-year-old intern catches the eye of the President of the United States. They get intimate in the White House. The world finds out. Late night TV has a field
Sorry,
day.
annoying fucking chatter. Are you talking to me? The ceasefire agreement. What? Again, which point are you trying to make here? What? Sorry. The title is Trump bombs Iran, they hit back US bases. Sorry, do you have a problem with that factual statement? No, you're not. You're not. You're trying to act fucking smart in a completely irrelevant point. So, again, tell us the point you're trying to make sloppily and, I'd say, um, you know, what point are you trying to make here? You, you thought it'd be great. We spent the past 20 minutes explaining in fine detail the sequence of events that led us to right now. But you have a problem with that? So, y- yeah. Yeah, no, Trump is definitely the aggressor. What are you talking about? What? Again, I just basing my fucking topics on the exact sequence of events. So, did Trump bomb the shit out of Iran this morning? Mm. Yeah. Yeah, again, to say that like anything Trump does vis-a-vis Iran is somehow justified in any context is an insane person. It's like that's tells you like that's where you want the Overton window to be or whatever, but it's not there. Like there was never any justification. There was never any fucking like they can't even say it with a straight face why they started this war, what the fuck they're doing there, what they hope to accomplish, what their end game looks like. None of that. They were hoping that there would be some sort of fucking chaos on the street that they could take advantage of. Nothing of the sort has occurred. It's actually unclear if that's because Trump is a fucking moron who doesn't understand that Israel's lying to him, or if they are too in cahoots to pretend that he's a moron, you know? Mm-hmm. Again, fucking dumbass chatter who comes in here and only says idiotic bullshit. Yeah, tell us how you're the only one who knows what's going on and all of us, we're all fucking clueless. But you, the person who has never fucking had a positive contribution to anything that's going on in this stream. No, yeah, yeah. Excuse us if literally nobody in here thinks you are fucking have a decent point here. Like, I don't, again. You haven't said what your point is, other than to think you're doing some sort of like hypocrisy thing, like you're mad that like I'm editorializing against Trump or something. As a, I didn't realize you were such a Trump cuck, so that explains a lot. Mm, mm.
Clinton gets impeached, etc., etc. But today, we're digging into the Monica Lewinsky story you may not know. Specifically, was the Clinton-Lewinsky scandal merely a sordid tale of a reckless, horny president and a young intern? Or was it something far more sinister, a highly coordinated international espionage and blackmail operation hidden in plain sight?
Yo, he's just like
In
fucking, what's
1998,
his
the
name?
Clinton administration was flying high. The Cold War was over, the economy was booming, the Dow hit $10,000 for the first time. Times were good. That is until it all came tumbling down.
I want to say one thing to the American people. I want you to listen to me. I'm going to say this.
Sorry, did Iran bomb U.S. base or did Trump bomb Iran first? There's two events. There's two things. So thing A and thing B. So did thing B actually come before thing A or what? Hmm. Yeah, they bomb all sorts of shit for no reason. Yeah, when they're not bombing fucking fishing boats, they're like fucking, looking for countries to bomb. Yeah, like you fucking dunce. Like it's just like to be like, "Oh, you're not being very fair to President Trump. He's going through a lot of shit right now." Like again, did Iran bomb the US or did Trump bomb Iran? Hmm. So I would say the MOU was never fucking in effect because Israel never pulled out of Lebanon as stated 6 times in the MOU. So you're gonna say some shit, "Oh, Israel's a sovereign country and blah blah blah." Oh, okay. Well, they can sovereign country their own way out of the fucking shit they got themselves in because, they are completely paralyzed without U.S. intelligence for to begin with.
This again.
Resupplies.
I did not have sexual relations with that woman, Miss Lewinsky. I never told anybody to lie, not a single time, never. These allegations are false, and I need to go back to work for the American people.
In January of 1998, news broke that a 22-year-old former White House intern named Monica Lewinsky had engaged in a secret, intimate relationship with 49-year-old President Bill Clinton.
I put back on the sage green suit I had been wearing the day before when he paid attention to me. I thought, well, maybe he'll notice me again. And notice me he did.
The agreement that was the starting conditions of which were never met. So that I don't have it on the wall behind me, but I law degree can tell you that that contract was never in effect, right? Like that's not a valid contract. They can sign it, but if they sign it while doing things directly contradicted by the agreement, it's not in effect. No. Also, not to mention, it was never fucking ratified or any kind of official designation given to it since you want to fucking, play fast and loose with how official things have to be. Like, you can, the country at war, like, they are completely within reasonable bounds to defend their own territorial waters. So, yeah, no. The,
The
yeah,
affair
it's just
between
like you rarely hear people taking the side that you're taking here because there's just so like there's nothing to hang your hat on if you're trying to like defend the US and Israel here. So like people like you have nothing to do but try to fucking do this thing where you try to like shift the goalposts with your sequence of events just like you do with October 7th, I'm sure. You're like, oh, the fucking October 7th started and blah blah blah. And not like the fucking genocidal apartheid state that existed on October 6th. Like, again, nobody's falling for this. You just embarrass yourself when you do that. So if you want everybody to laugh at you and fucking tell you how dumb you are, you're doing it right. If you want to have a good fucking reasonable conversation, you can fucking pay attention and, try to unlearn some of the bullshit you come in here with.
Clinton and Lewinsky had allegedly begun
Again,
years earlier.
the shock headline trick. Again, you hmm. So your position is that Trump what? He bombed them this morning because what? That's what you're pretending to be upset about? Because again, like th- the sequence of events for today, I do a daily news stream. We talk about the day's events that night. So the day started off with a massive bombing raid, you know, on Iran. Later on in the day, Iran bombed a couple U.S. bases in the region. Um, so Iran broke an agreement. So then, again, so that's your. Why did they break the agreement? How'd that happen? So was something happened before that, or no? So before that, the agreement, the Israelis and Americans were honoring their side of the agreement, and then Iran just completely unprovoked repudiated the agreement. That's what you're trying to say? Like, again, you can do this for ad nauseum forever. And if you really do get back to the beginning, you're going to find blood on the hands of the fucking West. So, and I don't think that's a smart move. If you're trying to, again, I don't understand what kind of psycho feels the need to defend the US and Israel at this late date. Like, you're still pretending that there's some sort of legitimate conquest, like there's a goal here other than just trying to turn Iran into a failed state. You came in here like a dumbass, and then you've continued fucking doubling and tripling down, doing this shit where you. I don't actually think. I think you thought this was a smart thing to say because you were in some fucking thread, some Reddit thread or whatever, where some fucking dude, some useful idiot posted something along those lines. Do you think we haven't seen the same shit? They do the same shit for everything. You'll see them legitimately pretend that like this conflict started on October 7th. Like, this is a game that they play. It's well understood that they play this game where they start the clock selectively when the other side retaliates. If you have any fucking concept of history at all, you will see it's always like the US is always the aggressor. There's never a legitimate response, that there's never any kind of like them doing the US military doing violence is never a legitimate response to a threat. Ever. Never. Maybe you could say the Barbary pirates, I guess, maybe, but that would be a complicated argument. Again, you'd get to that same chicken and egg problem. So I don't know what you're like a Seymour Hirsch guy or something, because Seymour Hirsch does that a lot. But you'll see it, like, look at any fucking Mossad guy posting right now. Any of these big fucking Twitter accounts, they do this shit all day, nonstop. Just moving the starting clock selectively based on which particular propaganda argument they're trying to make. Like, again, that's just factual. So, like, I would suggest not doing that. Like, you're not going to find anybody in here who's going to be convinced by these types of lazy tricks. It's just hit Iran first. What? There was this nuclear thing. Stop deleting it before I can read it. What did he say? This nuclear thing. That's what you're going with? That's what I mean. I would just strongly recommend to you. I understand, like, you're like a Trump guy or whatever, and you want to like defend Trump. I would suggest doing more, like Tucker or somebody who selectively defends Trump. You really don't have to defend him on everything. You can think, oh, he actually got his pants down, caught with his pants down on this one. But otherwise he's good. You can make that type of argument if you want. But I would strongly recommend not trying to justify Trump's actions in Iran. Don't do like, what about Biden? There's really no argument you can make that's anything other than here's the argument you can make. It's like they have been on a fucking insatiable quest since 1979 to fucking claw back the lost territory, right? They thought they thought that they owned the country and that all the resources belonged to them and their fucking allies. And the fact that they were overthrown and kicked out is just so fucking insulting to them. It's the same thing they're doing in Cuba. And ever since then, they've just been an incessant quest to undermine, weaken, delegitimize, and overthrow this country that they see as usurping them unjustifiably. Um, hmm. Then they had you know, the like, I don't even know where you would begin. So then you think that like the JCPOA was somehow like, so you think that was like not good enough, right? This is the tortured logic. This is like when you explain like Mick West his seagull take, or when he says not the seagull one. This like when he says the plane. It's the gimbal UFO is actually a plane in the distance. It's a jet that's like far away, and there's like a sensor malfunction. When you actually, because that dude Merrick, he traced it down and got all the different glitches and errors and problems and like just completely unimagined errors that would have had to have happened in order for that sensor reading to look like that, right? This is like the way you have to go through this to say that somehow Iran is being aggressive against the US. Not even that they're being aggressive, but they're being so aggressive that you think it somehow would justify a preemptive a, assault on their country. Let alone like the sanctions, the hybrid war, the shit they did in the 80s where they like fucking gave chemical weapons to the Iraqis and get them to attack the Iranians. Like, there's people in the Iranian government who are fucking victims of chemical weapons attacks from US supplied fucking chemical weapons in the 80s, right? And you're somehow trying to pretend that like, oh no, they're just too aggressive, they had to be put down. The other argument is that Trump has fucking trusted Israel and they have fucking gave him fabricated evidence, like the Joe Kent argument. That's the other argument you can make. Like, again, I don't even think I got to a point, like, I don't think I successfully even got to like a 1 + 1 = 2 with what you have to tell yourself to somehow justify all the scientists they've been assassinating, the fucking whatchamacallit, the virus that Obama did, I always forget the name of it, you know, you know what I'm talking about. Somebody remembers. Come on, what was the computer virus they did that destroyed all their fucking software? Um, this, then they did the JCPOA. Yeah, Stuxnet. That's it, Tooks. Thanks, dude. Yeah, Stuxnet. Yeah, got you, Yasmin. What's up? And then they did the JCPOA. Then Iran still was like trying to make peace, still trying to like come to an agreement. And again, the JCPOA was by any objective outside perspective a rousing success for America, for non-proliferation, etc. And then Israel told Trump to rip it up, and he did not. That that's where you lose me. I'm like, where? What was his plan? Like, yeah, it's actually one of the few actually hack the planet type moments, that is at least that we're aware of, right? They were able to like actually get into their servers and fuck crash all their system. Yeah. Don't know of any other, but I also think that they would have lied about it, you know, since then. But like, yeah, exactly what I'm saying, man. That's what I'm saying, Pimiko. Exactly. There's no way to make the argument that like the US was just trying to, peacefully resolve their conflict over just that you can't even get to step one, because it's like, why do you get to tell them they have signed on to the non-proliferation agreement, like they are in compliance with international treaties with regards to their nuclear program, right? Like they are in full compliance. Israel is not, I'm sure the US is not either. And then they want to somehow pretend that they have any even standing to make the argument that they should be able to dictate even more aggressively the standards that the Iranian market can engage in. Again, these are the people who supposed to like free markets, right? I mean, I know the sequence of events. That's what I'm trying to say to you is you seem to not understand the sequence of events. If you rewind your fucking VOD, you'll see the first 20 minutes of this. We heard Jamarl, the beginning of the stream. I had Jamarl's video on, right? And he gave the full, current, not, I don't even say he gave the full. He didn't. He summarized it, right? And then I came on here and I started and I went back and forth the entire sequence of events about how we got to here. And then you're trying to do this, and I'm like, yeah, we know the exact sequence of events, like from the fucking, like the 50s. Like I don't, like you said, you don't have a leg to stand on. Your best argument is the Joe Kent one. If you still want to defend Trump, that's I think the only sane way you can do it. You have to do some version of that. And I think most people don't want to throw Israel under the bus, I guess. But you kind of have to. It's one of them's got to go. Israel or Trump. Well, like I said, considering I spent the first hour explaining the exact sequence of events and exactly what I think is the best options moving forward, I don't think, yeah, I don't.
Earlier, but in December of 1998, after independent counsel Kenneth Starr dropped a damning report outlining 11 separate grounds for impeachment, the House of Representatives officially impeached Clinton on charges of perjury and obstruction of justice for attempting to cover up the affair under oath. At the time, many in the mainstream, especially...
I'm just going to start this over.
Apologize to you personally.
Sorry.
And he said, I apologize publicly. Do you still
actual, because I put a note in the stream when I started the video last time.
I'm not going to be able to do this.
That was Monica Lewinsky in 2018 storming off the stage at a major international news conference in Jerusalem when asked about her affair with Bill Clinton. Yeah. Why? Now you know the story.
Yeah,
a hot,
he is
young,
a little
22-year-old intern catches the eye of the President of the United States.
But that's what I mean.
They get intimate in the White House.
At least his argument
finds
is
out.
rational.
Late night TV has a field day.
At least his
Clinton
argument
is,
yeah, Israel lied to Trump and he believed them. That's his argument. Which, like I said, is the only, I think, rational way to continue defending Trump. Pretending that, like, Trump had the intelligence and he knew that, like, they were days away from nuking fucking Paris or whatever is a crazy person's take. It's just, I can't respect that. Like, it will not, that's fucking stupid. It's just too stupid to engage with. And I'm done with it.
etc., etc. But today, we're digging into the Monica Lewinsky story you may not know. Specifically, was the Clinton-Lewinsky scandal merely a sordid tale of a reckless, horny president and a young intern? Or was it something far more sinister, a highly coordinated international espionage and blackmail operation hidden in plain sight? In 1998, the Clinton administration was flying high. The Cold War was over, the economy was booming, the Dow hit $10,000 for the first time. Times were good. That is until it all came tumbling down.
I want to say one thing to the American people. I want you to listen to me. I'm going to say this again. I did not have sexual relations with that woman, Miss Lewinsky. I never told anybody to lie, not a single time, never. These allegations are false, and I need to go back to work for the American people.
In January of 1998, news broke that a 22-year-old former White House intern named Monica Lewinsky had engaged in a secret, intimate relationship with 49-year-old President Bill Clinton.
I put back on the sage green suit I had been wearing the day before when he paid attention to me. I thought, well, maybe he'll notice me again. And notice me he did.
The affair between Clinton and Lewinsky had allegedly begun years earlier, but in December of 1998, after independent counsel Kenneth Starr dropped a damning report outlining 11 separate grounds for impeachment, the House of Representatives officially impeached Clinton on charges of perjury and obstruction of justice for attempting to cover up the affair under oath. At the time, many in the mainstream, especially the late-night hosts, hyper-fixated on the sordid details of the affair, distracting the American public with a domestic soap opera of sorts.
Did you see Monica's new hairdo, all slicked down with that hair gel? At least I think
They
it was
talked
hair
about
gel.
this ad nauseum,
The National Enquirer right here has offered $500,000 to anyone who has a photo of Monica Lewinsky wearing the infamous dress that was allegedly stained by President Clinton. Here it is.
Now that's what we today would call slop, but buried underneath the domestic media circus was a real and developing international geopolitical crisis for the Clinton administration. Just a month after Bill Clinton finally confessed to a grand jury, the Washington Post published a quiet but alarming report, citing that many diplomats and intelligence insiders warned that the affair wasn't just a domestic scandal, but that Clinton's sexual promiscuity may have crippled U.S. foreign policy, especially when it came to peace in the Middle East. Most notably, the article also reported that some Israelis and many Palestinians believe Lewinsky was an agent of the Mossad, Israel's spying agency. So I'm sure you're wondering, what do we know for sure about what the Israelis were actually doing behind closed doors? The first major revelation came from veteran intelligence journalist Gordon Thomas in his seminal book, Gideon's Spies, which drew directly from high-level Mossad sources.
This was a Mossad honeypot, since we're talking about honeypots. That was in what's his name's book, Gordon Thomas's book, Gideon's Spies, which they claimed that Israel had recordings of Clinton and Lewinsky's conversations.
In his book, Thomas claimed that long before Kenneth Starr had
Kiriakou
ever heard
said
of Monica Lewinsky, Israel's intelligence service was already in possession of tapes containing 30 hours worth of intimate talk between President Clinton and his young intern. So in other words, even before the scandal was made public, Israel was already plotting on how this information could potentially be used to manipulate and threaten the president. In this case, Thomas asserted that Israel was holding these tapes either for possible blackmail and to protect an alleged mole in the White House, codenamed Mega. You see, the strategy isn't necessarily to release the tapes and destroy the president. The goal of holding onto these tapes, oftentimes, is to influence the president, or to put it more bluntly, control the president. In late 1998, President Clinton invited Prime Minister Netanyahu and Yasser Arafat of the Palestinian Authority to Y Plantation in Maryland for a critical peace negotiation. According to investigative reporter Daniel Halper in his book Clinton Inc., Netanyahu attempted to use tapes of President Bill Clinton's steamy conversations with intern Monica Lewinsky as blackmail to leverage the release of Jonathan Pollard, a former U.S. naval analyst who was found guilty of passing sensitive documents to Israel and sentenced to life in prison. Netanyahu's threat, according to Halper, spurred Clinton to consider action. Halper claimed that Clinton brought the request before CIA Director George Tenet. Tenet, however, threatened to resign his position if Pollard was released, and Clinton ultimately backpedaled on the idea. Pollard was eventually released by the Obama administration as a gesture of goodwill. I wonder what they had on Obama.
Michelle Obama is a man!
Anyway, the big question you're probably still asking is, was Monica Lewinsky Mossad? Well, that evidence I could not find. Based on my research, there is no smoking gun contract showing Monica Lewinsky was some sort of trained Mossad operative deployed on a honey trap mission. But what I did find was an awful lot of coincidences, shall we say. As the impeachment trial reached its final days in January of 1999, the Jewish Telegraphic Agency published a fascinating retrospective titled Queen Esther and a Prayer Book, Jewish Involvement in Monarchy,
Dude,
a list of Jewish coincidences, to use their exact words. The article noted that it was a man named Walter Kane, a prominent Jewish insurance executive, a Democratic donor, and a close friend of Bill Clinton who recommended Lewinsky for a White House internship in 1995. And when the scandal broke, Lewinsky retained the legal services of a longtime family friend named William Ginsburg, a Jewish medical malpractice lawyer from Los Angeles. Quote, a media gadfly with a penchant.
I think seeing their behavior over the last few years, I think I definitely believe the Samson option. Like, I definitely think they have nukes deployed, like, in multiple locations. You know, I think they have like, yeah. I don't know if they actually do, but I think that they've definitely tried to use that to negotiate with different world leaders. They certainly want people to think that they do, you know. I mean, that's what this book is doing. I didn't realize that book I was telling you all about last night. The subtitle is like fucking like something like Saving Christopher Columbus or something. But that's the point of the book, is like they're trying to somehow be like, oh, this was actually the best pot, like this is the best way it could have gone down. Like, um, so I feel like my suspicions were even more correct than I initially thought. You think? I don't know. I don't know if he's tried to drop atomics, the family atomics. Yeah. Well, I think, um, I don't know. There's like a grandfather paradox. The book is not going to make sense. It's like, some Mormon bullshit, right? Orson Scott Card, I think, he writes, they're good, like very like engaging sci-fi stories, but they're fucking shitty politics always. Um, he calls the main, yeah, that's what I mean. Like, that's what it's trying to do. Like, it's like, oh, if Columbus didn't do that, like he was going to do another crusade. Like he was going to do another crusade, and that was going to cause some fucking another Dark Ages or something. I don't think they've actually explained that yet, but yeah, like, so it turns out there's another timeline who started it. So like our timeline, um, Columbus, like they had already intervened with Columbus. Like that's why first of all, again, I'm reading this book. I think for sure this happened, right? In 1421, the Chinese went like all over the world, and there's signs of it everywhere. Like shipwrecks and like stones, like the flora and fauna that are places they're not native to. Like they definitely did this. The same word, like they'll have the same word will be used in Chinese and fucking whatever South American and different local languages. Crops, right? There's like rice in San Francisco that shouldn't be there, like all kinds of shit. But the guy, he's like a British Navy guy, like a retired submarine guy, and he talks about like the trade winds and like the design of the Chinese boats. Like they had these big fucking boats, like aircraft carrier type things, but they were flat bottom, so they couldn't really go against they had to sail like with the wind, they couldn't whatever maneuver, I guess. So he's able to trace their route based on that. Like they have this boat, they're at this location. We know for a fact that they were at this location at this time. Yeah, I read all the Ender's Game books. Yeah. No, I like the Ender's Game books. That's what I'm saying. he writes good books. I can't take that away from him. He's just a shitty person. He's got bad politics.
For putting his foot in his mouth, Ginsburg remarked that neither he nor his client wanted to see Clinton forced from office because he is, quote, very positive towards Israel and the Jews,
I don't remember
and Monica
liking
and
the
I
Speaker
are
of the
Jews.
Dead as much.
He also mused that Monica
Or-
might move to Israel
They
when
kinda
all
petered
was said
off.
and done. Hey, I'm just reporting what they wrote. In addition, some Jewish Israelis, citing the temporary halt to U.S. pressure on Israel
I like
on
the one
peace
about the brother,
process-related
though,
issues,
right?
invoked the story of Purim. They called Lewinsky a modern-day Queen Esther, referring to the Jewish woman in biblical times who brought herself to the king to save her people from destruction. An interesting side note, during the 1998 investigation, Kenneth Starr revealed that
they supposedly helped Clinton get elected too, by the way, right? Because George Bush Sr. was, I think he had either pulled out loan guarantees or had threatened to, and he was trying to like rein them in, and they supposedly had a lot to do with Ross Perot running. Ross Perot's son ended up being one of the main beneficiaries of a bunch of the the Israeli involvement with the Iraq War. Yeah. Yeah.
Monica Lewinsky gave President Clinton a copy of a book called Oy Vey, The Things They Say, a book of Jewish wit. Coincidence or not, in September of 1998, on the exact day...
It's just the kind of thing, too, that, they want to do this type of scandal. This is like Epstein, right? This is like getting leverage over him. He's a, relative newcomer politically, right? He had to have been a known commodity by the time he ran for president, though. But, they might not have had as much, Epstein type blackmail on him at that point. So, sending Lewinsky in to create a scandal worked out nicely because then they have the leverage that they didn't previously have.
The House of Representatives voted to release the damaging Starr report to the public, Clinton turned to the Yom Kippur liturgy before more than 100 clergy members gathered at the White House for a national prayer breakfast.
A couple of days ago when I was in Florida, a Jewish friend of mine gave me this liturgy book called Gates of Repentance. And there was this incredible passage from the Yom Kippur liturgy. I would like to read it to you.
And then just days before his actual impeachment, instead of staying in Washington, Clinton took a highly unusual 3-day trip to Israel, climbing Masada and visiting Bethlehem. Now, I don't know about you, but to me, a lot of this looks not so much like a genuine spiritual healing or reflection. It looks a lot more like a humiliation ritual, if you know what I mean. And of course, Clinton isn't the only American president or politician who has been forced to perform it. Now, you can't talk about Israeli Mossad operations without mentioning Jeffrey Epstein, who many believe, with a lot of documented evidence, to have built a multi-billion-dollar global compromise network designed to trap elite figures on behalf of Israel. In recent weeks, the United States has been engaged in high-stakes diplomatic peace talks with Iran, attempting to forge a lasting framework to end decades of conflict in the Middle East. But the problem, as many of you know, is that a permanent peace in the Middle East is actually the ultimate threat to Israel's desire for regional and global dominance. In fact, Israeli leaders have publicly signaled that they are ready to sabotage any potential deal and are even willing to deploy the ultimate blackmail to do it.
If there's a real deal between the Americans and the Iranians, and it's going towards that, Netanyahu will try to sabotage it. One of the ways he'd sabotage it is by putting out Epstein material against U.S. government officials, including Trump. New material that wasn't seen before.
So forgive me for noticing, but I don't think the timing is at all a coincidence that while the Trump administration has been desperately trying to negotiate a peace deal, 2 New York Times reporters, Maggie Aberman and Jonathan Swan, both Jewish, both Zionists who are sympathetic to Israel, released their book called Regime Change, documenting the inner secrets of the Trump presidency, in which they somehow allegedly obtained highly sensitive raw tapes from meetings held inside the White House Situation Room.
This is the first time any White House in any administration has ever received such a book accusing the authors of having obtained audio tapes of meetings in the White House, including audio tapes of meetings in the Situation Room, which is the White House way of saying this book, as far as they can tell, is 100% accurate. Is that because you have audio tapes of the Situation Room?
We're not going to comment on the tapes.
Now understand what this means. The Situation Room is one of the most heavily secured, electronically shielded rooms on the planet.
Maybe
you don't just walk in there with a phone. You can't just
they
slip a tape recorder in your pocket. So where did these tapes come from? Which country, may I ask, has the technological sophistication and history to tap into such a room in the White House?
Yeah,
I think you know my answer. Now, ultimately, I don't think it really matters whether Monica Lewinsky was a deliberate agent, a passive asset, or simply a fortuitous coincidence for foreign intelligence, because the broader, chilling reality remains exactly the same.
He's so good.
For decades, a foreign country,
so
one that we are told is our greatest ally, and a country to which we give billions of dollars in aid every single year, has been conducting aggressive covert operations on American soil.
So fucked.
Their objective: to compromise American leaders, dictate U.S. foreign policy from the shadows, and ensure that a lasting peace in the Middle East is never achieved on anyone's term but their own.
We need to just... Eventually, this program are based on published historical text, interpretation, strategic analysis, and geopolitical conclusions presented here and represent the editorial commentary and protected opinion of the author. Independent, blah, blah, blah.
That is it for me today. I want to know what you think. Was Monica Lewinsky a Mossad honeypot, or perhaps just, a fortuitous coincidence for the Israelis? Sound off in the comment section below. Also, it takes a whole lot of time and research to put together a documentary piece like this. So if you want to support my journalism, please go to my website, 5149jameslee.com.
Yeah, go to my Patreon. Subscribe herein. Hit up the socials. TikTok. Twitter. YouTube. Somewhere. Anywhere. I can tip your streamer. I need a producer. I need one of them $99 a month MFs. Let's go. A couple of them. I need couple dozen producers, or a couple hundred. 1,000 news crew. What's up, Mongolia? What's going on? I think I remember you. Start talking and I'll see if I remember you. 3 judges with the International Criminal Court filed a lawsuit in U.S. federal court against Trump and his administration, challenging the sanctions against them and calling it a financial death penalty. The judges bringing the lawsuit are Kimberly Prost from Canada, Salome Balungi Bosa from Uganda, Renee Adelaide Sophie Alapini Gansu from Benin. Trump placed sanctions on the judges over their judicial decisions regarding investigations into war crimes by Israel and the U.S. The judges argue that the sanctions are extrajudicial measures meant to punish and coerce them. They say the restrictions cut them off from banking, online platforms, travel booking, and sometimes health insurance. This should be much bigger news. Yeah, it's so fucked up, dude. So fucked up. Like, how do you at all begin to justify the way that they've acted to the international courts, like, who've even done the bare minimum just to try to bring some of this fucking violence to a halt? International Criminal Court. No, this is the World Court, or the Criminal Court, ICC. I mean, they all suck. They're all fucking bogus. They all are all just fucking undermined by the U.S. They were able to fucking put their thumb on the scale in basically every important context. Um, this is egregious though. Like, it's not enough for them to like sort of like undermine the ruling because they just ignored the ruling. It's not like they had to change their behavior based on the court's rulings. They just ignored it, continued killing kids every day, and did this to the judges. They had to punish them for even having the audacity to like just, confirm. Like the South African report too was like, you know, what was it, like 87 pages of examples of them saying openly genocidal things. There's no way you can like maintain your integrity as a judge if you're going to somehow rubber stamp that. What do you say? How do you say that that's no, yeah, I'm a judge and I think they're not doing war crimes here. Yeah. It's just like you, and for that, this is the punishment they get. See what this guy has to say.
The middle class built this country.
Middle class?
And
What's
labor
the middle
built the middle
class,
class.
Joe?
Look,
No.
it's not
So
just his.
what? Labor
his-
built the middle
his
class?
Deliberate distortion and destruction of NATO, and it's choosing Putin as an American ally, or the fact that he's diminished our standing in the eyes of the
Hypersonic
world
boobs, you mean?
more than any president in history has.
I think the quote you're
It's
looking
not
for is
just
boobs.
this vanity project, tearing down the east wing of the White House,
Yeah.
making room for his ballroom,
What a scumbag, man.
putting his name on the Kennedy Center,
Yeah, what a scumbag.
building an arch in his own honor, even hiring his own pool guy to fix the reflecting pool.
The old pool guy.
Whoa. What a loser.
What a loser, Jack. Oh, man, he's not gonna like that, Joe. Dude, he's gonna fucking send you to the Hague, bro.
Look, folks,
That'd be funny if Trump had him
No, folks, it's not
investigated
just
for war
that.
crimes for Gaza.
reflecting pool reflects something even worse than the narcissism and incompetence at the core of this administration. It's the corruption. The corruption. The brazen, blatant corruption.
Yeah, bro.
Corruption on a scale never seen before in American
I don't know,
history in any
man.
administration. Trump has made billions of dollars.
They're all pretty
His
corrupt,
return to the
bro.
White House. It's simply stunning to me.
Super stunning to me.
He has no shame.
You have no shame.
And frankly, it's embarrassing for the country. But Trump could care less. Making money off the presidency is one of the reasons he wants to be president. But you know what? It's not even the corruption and the money that makes me the most angry. What makes me angry is Trump wants to give taxpayers money, your money, to the January 6th insurrectionists. Oh, that's what he wants to do. People who stormed the Capitol, attacked the police, and tried to execute his own vice president. My God. These people don't deserve
Get 'em,
to be
Joe.
compensated. They deserve
Joe.
to be put in jail for a long time.
Yeah, there you go. Wait a minute. Oh, them? January 6th or
The young
Trump?
people in this room, I know you're trying to make
Because I think
sense of all
Trump
this
is the one who needs to go to jail,
bubbling and
man.
unfolding around you. I get it. I really do. We have faced dark, difficult times
Those guys
before.
did their time.
And if there's one thing I know about the American people, they never give up, and we can't give up now.
Dude, oh my God, Joe.
This is not about, there's no quit in this country.
Ain't no quitting this
There's
country.
no quit in you. Folks, your governor here in Maryland is the real deal.
Come on, Jack. He's the real
Oh, he
deal.
is. We should live by the lesson his grandparents taught
We
him.
beat Medicare. We beat Medicare,
They said,
Jack.
have faith.
We did AUKUS.
Not fear. Have faith, not fear. Folks, this is just another way
I
of
know,
saying
Joe.
what
You
my
didn't
dad
do a
used to tell me
fucking
as a
thing.
kid
This is
growing
exactly
up.
what happened with Obama.
Something bad
Like,
happened. He said, Joey, look at me.
It's like
look at me,
you
Joey.
told people
Get
you were
up,
going to do
pal.
good shit,
Get
and
up,
then you
Joey.
came in there
Get
and did
up.
mostly bad shit. and then you're
To
like,
all
oh,
you
fuck, the fascists won
who
again.
love our country.
Like,
my message to you is nice, straightforward, and simple. It's time to get up, damn it.
dude,
Get
you
up.
fucking,
Get up now.
oh my god.
And continue this
Dude,
fight.
Get in this fight. Get in this fight.
My fellow Democrats, in this 250th year of our founding, let's get back up.
Come on, Jack.
Let's be the country we know we can be. Fair, equal, honest, decent. A country where we give hate no safe harbor. A land where we treat everyone with dignity and respect.
Oh my God.
A nation that's a beacon, a shining beacon to the rest of the world as we've been. Folks, I guarantee we can do this. And we will. We just need to remember who in the hell we are. We're the United States of America.
Oh my god.
There's nothing.
I can't believe he
There's
has
nothing,
balls.
nothing beyond our
I guess he doesn't
capacity if we act
remember.
together.
He doesn't
So let's
remember
get
his
up and
own
fight back,
presidency.
God darn it.
They used to rub my legs, the hair on my
Thank
legs.
you all. God bless you. And may God bless the United States of America.
They were black, so they
May
didn't
God
have leg
protect our
hair.
troops. We can do this. We can do this. We must do it. I love you. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Man, dude. Again, everybody told you, like, you doing a genocide and everybody sees you doing it and they're not going to believe the lies you try to tell us about it. And then you just kept doing it. Like, as if that wouldn't have consequences. No daylight, kid. Yeah, I mean, that's what the centrist playbook is. And it's just the audacity of him trying to, like, tell people to get up or whatever. Like, you fucking did this. Like, you handed Trump the keys. Like, it just... You didn't do anything to, like, undo the shit. Especially vis-a-vis Iran, right? Like... Oh, man. And then he's trying to pretend it's like, oh, you need to take care of this. You need to get rid of these guys. I mean, this guy says there's a massive airlift going on. I don't know if that's true, but... Yeah, they do be airlifting a lot, so... Who knows? He thinks they're about to do a fucking invasion. Yeah, Iran and Cuba. Both direct opportunities he had to sort of undo, like Trump won. Didn't lift a finger.
Following 2 weeks of relative quiet between Iran and the United States, and just 10 days after the signing of the MOU between the two countries, the attacks came back with a US attack against Iran, to which Iran retaliated against by attacking multiple American bases. So let's see what exactly happened according to some recent confirmations.
I guess,
the
yeah,
IRGC Navy
moving shit
strikes
into
US
position
military
so Iran
targets
can
in
destroy it.
retaliation for attack on Iranian coastal areas. That came following the
Indiscriminate
attack
attacks,
on certain ships
supposedly,
that passed
too.
the Strait of Hormuz in
As
the
usual.
non-authorized route.
Heat
The
exit
United
style. They're calling
States
it a
is trying to
exit
set up a
special.
route in the strait
Indiscriminate.
that is not connected with the Iranian designated route, because Iran has a designated route. They said everyone needs to pass
the
through
exit
there,
style
have
attack.
the relevant checks. They have
Exit style terror
body and
attack.
authority of the Strait of Hormuz in coordination with
Hexathian.
Oman. The United States is trying to say, no, that's not going to happen. There are
Terror
certain
bombing.
exemptions happening
Mass
during the
casualty
first
terror,
60
yeah.
days following the signing of the MOU. However, the United States wants to set a precedent by allowing them to go wherever they want without Iranian coordination, simply because Donald Trump is saying that they are able to go back and forth without any Iranian intervention. So there's a situation here where Iran is telling every single ship that you're not allowed to go unless it's through the designated route, and the United States is saying the opposite. That will confuse some of course, and that led a ship to go through a non-authorized route. There was an attack on it. Iran did not confirm the attack, but they also did not deny it. So keeping ambiguity there, a level of ambiguity. The United States attacked Iran. Following this attack, there was a response coming from the IRGC as follows. They said that they targeted the deployment sites of the US terrorist military in the region. It noted that the retaliation came after American forces launched airstrikes against areas lying along the Iranian coastline as part of the United States' changeless pattern of breaching its commitments, according to Iran. Waging the aggression, Washington used various pretexts, including the passage of a non-compliant vessel through the unauthorized route in the Strait of Hormuz. Earlier, the United States CENTCOM reported carrying out strikes against some targets in Iran. So, there was an attack. The United States blamed Iran directly.
Yeah.
Then Iran had a response. CENTCOM, from their perspective,
They're not the ones that can't control their allies. I mean, shit, dude. They just signed an agreement saying, Israel's gonna stop what they're doing in Lebanon, and then Israel just like, no, we're not. Right in front of everybody. They're not even lying about it. Now to pretend that like somehow it's Iran who can't keep their fucking shit together, this wild ass take.
They've published a video of the attack, as we can see here. Not very clear, it's a base, a location. They're not really clarifying what the situation is here. But they published that video. Likewise, Donald Trump, he had a statement as well. The official statement that came from the CENTCOM spoke about a powerful response to yesterday's attack on a commercial ship that was transiting the Strait of Hormuz. They targeted missile and drone storage locations and coastal radar sites after Iran hit MV Everlovely on June 25 with the one-way attack drone. Singapore flight cargo ship was exiting the strait along the Omani coastline at the time of Iran's attack, and they called it an unwarranted attack. CENTCOM forces continue to provide safe passage, according to them. So they have a narrative here, and we have a history of lies coming from the Central Command, especially after Iran didn't confirm that they carried out this attack. However, there was this response and counter-response, and then we had the threat coming from the IRGC, likewise with the confirmation. What do we understand so far? And of course, Donald Trump had certain statements. He made a statement in post the Islamic Republic of Iran shot at least 4 one-way drone attack drones at ships traversing the Strait of Hormuz. One of the drones solidly hit the upper deck of a large and very expensive cargo carrying ship. Damage was done, but the ship was able to proceed on its way. We knocked down 3 other drones. Obviously, this is a foolish violation of the ceasefire, according to him. So these were the statements from all of them. What do we understand so far from all of these developments, and how would they affect
central authority
the talks?
at the end of the day?
Are the talks going to collapse after these attacks? Are they going to consider this a breach and go back to war? So far, the United States is trying to set several precedents in the Strait of Hormuz because they know very well that part of Iran's core framework demands of the talks between them was the control over the Strait of Hormuz. There were certain exceptions for the 60-day period. However, Iran constantly reiterates that there will be a toll in the Strait of Hormuz. Iran will make sure that everything is secure. There will be certain things to do with insurance as well.
What?
And Iran has an authority now that ships can contact to transit through the Strait of Hormuz.
Again,
Donald Trump wants to try and bypass
I'm sure that's like what
any
CENTCOM
sort
would
of
say,
Iranian demands or plans to have control over the Strait of Hormuz. Hence why he's trying to let ships, or telling them to go through other paths of the Strait of Hormuz. That is not being accepted by Iran. That's telling them, well, we warn you first and
they're
foremost.
trying to sneak through, man.
Secondly, that's the designated route. Thirdly, there's an attack, whether or not they confirm. It's probably Iran, but we can't confirm that because there was no denial, but there was no confirmation too. So the attacks that followed these developments, they were clearly carefully calculated, and they left an off-ramp because both countries don't really want to go on an all-out war, judging by the pattern of talks and development that's happening. Is it going to stop the talks between them? No, because Iran is now confirming that there is an exclusive Iranian-US communication line established in the Strait of Hormuz. That was an exclusive report in Press TV, to prevent military incidents. That is probably the deconfliction cell.
Literally
that
everything they have is designed for this
However,
moment.
not in the form of hanging out with the IRGC type of thing that J.D. Vance was speaking about. According to the final statement issued by the two mediators after last week's talks in Zurich, the channel was created to avoid incidents in the strategic waterway that may lead to military conflict and to implement the provisions of Article 5, the Islamabad MOU. Iran stressed that under the understanding reached, the transit through the Strait of Hormuz must take place along routes announced by the Islamic Republic. Deputy Foreign Minister Kazem Gharibabadi underlined that position on Friday, saying safe passage through the Strait of Hormuz cannot be guaranteed under ambiguous arrangements, parallel routes, or decision-making that does not take Iran's role as the coastal state into account. He further warned that any failure to coordinate with Tehran would lead to the suspension of parallel routes. So Trump is trying to have these parallel routes, force his way out of any understandings with Iran, undermine Iran's authority, Iran's developments in the Strait, and then go ahead and play it as, that's the norm moving forward following the MOU. Iran isn't having that, but both countries clearly are still keeping a gap here, keeping a level of coordination happening without escalating too much to reach an all-out war. Israel is still involved though, and the United States made certain moves in the past couple of days that indicate they're probably planning for something later on. Firstly, we saw the Israeli presence and the Iranian warning against such presence in Gulf countries. The United States had a joint statement with the Gulf states speaking about Iranian defensive weapons in essence being a threat that needs to be dealt with, and likewise with the groups that Iran supports, in essence trying to have a situation where these things have to be enforceable outside of the MOU, because there was no way of including them in the MOU between Iran and the United States. The United States adhered to every Iranian demand. So they tried to do that with the Gulf states for the sake of Israel. Israel had a problem with Iran's ballistic missiles. The Gulf countries, well, those who participated with the United States in this clearly are still living in denial, because Iran did not attack anything up until there were attacks being conducted from their territories. There are further attempts now to try and activate groups that are operating against Iran in the Kurdistan region of Iraq, something that Iran also warned against in the past couple of days.
Yeah, shit was going
and
down
in Lebanon,
Iraq
they're trying to
too.
legitimize the Israeli presence in a similar manner to which they did in Gaza. How, you may ask, because Iran gave an ultimatum and told them, if you attack, we will do this. There was a bit of quiet, slight breaches here and there. The resistance hammered occupation soldiers in Lebanon the past couple of days too. They're trying to bypass that with the agreement between the Lebanese government
trying to get on
and
the
Israel
negotiating
directly.
table
So in
what they couldn't
essence,
get from the battlefield.
The American-backed Lebanese government is trying to undermine Iran's leverage, Iran's umbrella of support, Iran's backing, by signing an agreement with Israel that
Never
would
defeated
allow
their enemy.
Israel to remain in Lebanon for a period that
Wow,
isn't
dude,
very
you're a
clear.
wild one, huh?
And that is only demanding disarmament of non-state groups in Lebanon without addressing the Israeli dangers posed against Lebanon. They're actively occupying, they're committing a genocide, they're having ethnic cleansing in South Lebanon, depopulating the South. They did not hide their ambitions to occupy Lebanon. How? Well, they signed a framework agreement. And that framework agreement, every 2 sentences, you will hear, non-state actors need to be disarmed. Israel can still operate against things it deems as a threat. Israel has a right to disarm the Lebanese resistance, primarily Hezbollah. Israel needs to... Everything is Israel and disarming non-state groups. Why? So that the only armed group is the Lebanese army that can do internal policing, that is ordered by the political echelon in Lebanon not to attack Israel. The head of the Lebanese army proposed to participate with the resistance in deterring Israel's occupation in Lebanon, and the Lebanese government refused. Can you imagine that? Everything is upside down with these countries. Any sane sovereign country will defend its
What do you
borders
think that
through
means?
its army.
What would that look like to you?
The prime minister said, it's a suicidal mission. I don't want to even hear about that idea. When the head of the army proposed that they participate in repelling the Israeli aggression, what do they want? They want to disarm the main deterrent for the Israeli aggression in the form of the Lebanese resistance, so that Lebanon becomes completely spineless, without a backbone, and give way for Israeli expansion whenever they wish. What is deterring Israel from moving forward? The Lebanese resistance. Who's behind the Lebanese resistance? Iran. What are the Lebanese puppets, including the ambassador in the United States, doing, and the president and the prime minister? Trying to delegitimize every Iranian support for Lebanon. And by the way, these are small things that I'm telling you about. Iran offered Lebanon support with its energy crisis. Iran offered to arm the Lebanese army. Iran offered to help the Lebanese state as a whole in development on so many levels, and the Lebanese government constantly refused. Why? Because they're in the pockets of the Americans. The American ambassador in Lebanon owns the government. And then you, of course, have some Gulf state influence. Many of these people in the Lebanese authority are corrupt, and they just get paid and work for a certain side. But the umbrella that they want is the American umbrella that supports Israel, their colony, their barking dog. They go and try and undermine it. Netanyahu goes and celebrates, says that this is a great accomplishment. But the Lebanese people are not buying it. As a matter of fact, the Lebanese people were in the streets protesting against the Lebanese government and demanding that they completely get rid of this agreement, as we can see here.
You think he's like Qatari, maybe? Emirati?
So the people in Lebanon are in the streets, thousands upon thousands. Some people say tens and
Inside of
hundreds
you,
of
there are
thousands
two
protesting
infidels.
against this
One of
move
them is
coming
Qatari,
from
and the other is
the
Emirati.
Lebanese government to try and override the accomplishments on the ground, and Iran backing, in essence, the Lebanese resistance and the Lebanese country, and giving it leverage on the negotiating table. Can you imagine that? So every negotiation that takes place between two countries needs to have leverage. So what do you have in the background that can actually force me to do that? Or what repercussions will I be facing if I don't adhere to your demands? In the case of Lebanon, it's the resistance of Lebanon, and it's
So maybe a good place to start out is U.S.-Israel relationship itself. Right after the announcement of the MOU, there is an apparent meltdown within circles of Israeli officials. Naftali Bennett, Itamar Ben-Gvir, Bezalel Smotrich, all saying how bad this deal is, and not just that, saying that it reflects a growing rift between the United States and Israel. Is this a temporary shift, or does it also indicate what we have seen after the genocide in Gaza, notably a huge shift of public opinion in the United States about Israel? What is your sense about the future of U.S.-Israel relationship?
Yeah, one should never ever overestimate or dance around the U.S.-Israeli relationship, because the U.S.-Israeli relationship is a mystery. People have spilled ink. There have been so many books written about it, so many talk shows. Does the United States define Israeli policy? Has the Israeli lobby or the Zionist lobby taken over the U.S. government? Currently the right-wing television personality Tucker Carlson has been sort of bent out of shape about who controls whom. The Israelis control the United States, or does the United States control Israel? Evidence is thrown back and forth. When the Israelis attacked the USS Liberty, a US warship, the United States did nothing really in retaliation, and has never really sought to retaliate for that. And so this is an old debate, very hard to reconcile or complete this debate. I mean, it's true that we're going to see a lot of ups and downs in the relationship. The United States, eager to end the conflict with Iran that the US started with Israel. The US started the conflict. The US merely wants to come back to the day before the conflict began. If we're honest about what's being leaked from the statements. I mean, okay, the Iranians say we don't want a nuclear weapon. Hello, they said that before the US and Israel attacked Iran. The Iranians say we're going to perhaps de-escalate, enrichment. They already agreed to that in Oman before, this conflict started. At the end of the day, the US is saying, well, we're going to make a great deal. The Strait of Hormuz is going to be open. The Strait of Hormuz was open before this began. So what are you actually gaining from this? Well, in fact, it's not in Iran that the gains are being made. The gains in this period were made by Israel against Lebanon, where Israel during this period entered southern Lebanon far beyond the Litani River, came up to Saida, effectively destroyed village after village in a very brutal campaign against the Lebanese people. that's a real gain that Israel has made. It has basically destroyed a very substantial part of Lebanon, weakened an already weak Lebanese state, and has created, almost like a enormous buffer zone for Israel. Now, will Israel have to withdraw from that as part of the terms of an agreement? I don't think they're going to agree. And that's going to be a real sticking point between the United States and Tel Aviv. That is going to be where we will see, perhaps, finally, the proof of the debate, who controls whom.
Hello and welcome to another episode of India and Global Left. If you are new to the show, please hit that subscribe button. Also consider becoming a YouTube member.
Kind of outdated already.
Shift, or does it also indicate what we have seen after the genocide in Gaza, notably a huge shift of public opinion in the United States about Israel? What is your sense about the future of US-Israel relationship?
Yeah, one should never ever overestimate or
yeah,
I don't think they're going to agree. And that's going to be a real sticking point between the United States and Tel Aviv. That is going to be where we will see, perhaps, finally, the proof of the debate, who controls whom.
I wanted to focus on this, given a lot of analysts think that much of US policy in West Asia is driven by Israel, or at least Israel is very, very key to US policy, even if one doesn't believe that it is all about the Zionist lobby. It is US strategic interest in the region that drives what the US does. Still, there seems to be a consensus among analysts that Israel is very, very key to what the US does in the region.
Yeah, I mean, look, the United States is key to what happens in the region. It was interesting at the G7 meeting, Donald Trump was joking with the Emir of Qatar about how great the deal was, and how great this deal is going to be for the Emiratis and others, the Qataris, the Kuwaitis, the Saudis and others. I don't think they are seeing it like that, because I think they, in the Gulf Arab states, have already come to terms with the idea that this conflict was a strategic victory for Iran, because Iran has put on the table the fact that, hey, just because you have a US military base, or just because you have close ties with the United States, doesn't mean that you are secure. We can hit you. We can hit you hard. They can't defend you. And so your base is actually a target. It's not a shield. This is a very clear outcome of this war. I think between the small Gulf Arab states, who have, I think, got this loud and clear, this message loud and clear, and maybe they will start to appreciate the position taken by Oman since 1979, a position of, I think, quite genuine strategic neutrality. Oman has had actually quite a genuine posture of neutrality in this conflict. And I think the other small Gulf Arab states will start to appreciate what Oman has done. On the other side of it, they will appreciate as well the moves made by Saudi Arabia to start a conversation with Iran. This has begun about 5 years ago, when I think the Saudis recognized that, it's basically whether Iran wins or Saudi Arabia wins in their big struggle, it's a Pyrrhic victory. Nobody is really going to win in this. It's not that kind of conflict. Yeah, there's no victory. And I think they were open to the dialogue mediated through the Chinese. They've had, I think, 4 or 5 very important meetings, 4 or 5 big meetings, many other meetings in between. They had the meetings, 2 in Beijing, 1 in Tehran, 1 in Riyadh, and I think they had planned 1 additional one in Tehran that was postponed because of this war. I think these have been important because they were moving towards not a grand bargain. I think a grand bargain is a little too, a dramatic a term. It's a term that former Indian ambassador to Kuwait, KP Fabian, and I started throwing around there about 20 years ago. Ambassador Fabian and I did a piece where we talked about the need for the grand bargain between Saudi Arabia and Iran. Actually, from our perspective, this grand bargain would have greatly helped India, because India was dancing between Iran and Saudi Arabia, having a very hard time developing concepts for Indian foreign policy in the Gulf as a consequence of that particular crisis. Nothing to do with Israel, actually. It was the Saudi-Iranian problem that flummoxed Indian foreign policy. In 2005, India votes against Iran at the International Atomic Energy Agency, twice votes against Iran. A move that I think the Iranians really didn't like, that India took that position, under the government of Manmohan Singh, not the BJP government. Yeah. So, the grand bargain is a little premature, but still there were conversations. Now, I think given Iran's, let's face it, strategic victory against the United States, the Emiratis, Qataris, Kuwaitis and others, they all, I think, are beginning to see the validity of Oman's position and Saudi Arabia's position as well of opening a negotiation with Iran. So I think when the conflict ends, we're going to return to a lot of talk across the Persian Gulf of settling old disputes.
It seems to me you're indicating that that old relationship between the US and the Gulf states in particular, about almost being client states when it comes to security, but also extremely dependent or intricate financial and economic relationship, the Gulf states buying weapons from the United States and US investments coming into them, and the surplus then being reinvested into the US. There is a way out of that bind, and a closer relationship between Iran and Saudi Arabia being one piece. I was also thinking about Saudi-Pakistani security pact with the potential of being linked with China, given the enormous prospect and desire within Saudi Arabia to diversify from petroleum-based economy into all kinds of others, and their competition also with the UAE regarding investments and so on. So, to ask you the bigger question, is it the beginning of a greater shift, maybe slower, but a shift towards Asian economy away from the Western-centered economy in West Asia?
I mean, you're teasing me almost, because obviously that's where my hope lies. But there's a big difference between where your hope lies and where reality lies. And so I think one has to be a little sober here. About 35 years ago or so, on the table was a very promising prospect of building a pipeline for natural gas to go from Iran's South Fars field through Pakistan to India. An incredibly important proposal at the time. It would have meant that India would not have to rely on liquefied natural gas. This was a debate being held with the US company Enron, which later defrauded the world and collapsed, and was to build a big liquefied natural gas platform at Dabhol in Maharashtra. All of that collapsed. But this pipeline was called the Peace Pipeline, because the theory was that it might bring India and Pakistan closer together. These are very important things that are still on the agenda. These are not dumb issues. Just until a few months ago, in fact, Pakistan and Iran exchanged missile fire because there was a conflict over the Baluch population that straddles the Iran-Pakistan border. Conflicts aren't that simple. Yeah, today Pakistan is playing a big role in trying to bring an end to this illegal war of the US and Israel on Iran. Pakistan playing a big role. They keep talking about brother Islamic countries and so on. Just until recently, they were they exchanged fire. Pakistan and Afghanistan don't have a border. They are in conflict. I mean, our whole region is immaturely in
I could
conflict.
see that
These are
happening, by the way.
immature conflicts. The border conflict between India and Pakistan, I'm quite happy to call it an immature conflict, because again, 95% of the border is basically delimitable. We can draw a line and say this is the recognized border. There's just a small part in Kashmir which is disputed. Why not just draw a border, start normal relations, and then deal with the Kashmir file separately? That's not going to happen. Everybody's holding everybody hostage. Hundreds of millions of people's economic livelihood held hostage for political reasons. I don't see this as a productive way forward. So my answer to you is
Immature conflict.
John C. Reilly was on Alana Glazer's podcast, and he was talking about how the conservatives don't seem to value empathy, because referencing Elon Musk saying don't fall for the empathy trap. He was talking about how empathy separates humans from animals, and Dave Rubin seems to be more of an animal behavior expert than John C. Reilly.
He took issue with these beautiful remarks from him. I thought it was really moving. He was saying how, that's how you, it's a superpower. You get to live in someone else's experience. Yeah. And Dave Rubin has a problem with this.
Yeah, that's liberal horseshit.
Oh, got it.
It is liberal horseshit.
I thought he was the last liberal.
If you stand up for human rights, why is that a right or a left thing? Why are people on the right wing concerned about human rights? They're human too.
This one was a little disappointing. John C. Reilly. I really know him from Boogie Nights, which is one of my favorite movies of all time.
I'm really disappointed that the guy from Boogie Nights doesn't agree with my politics.
I'm sure that
like a baby.
John C. Reilly's very upset that he's disappointed Dave Rubin.
Yeah, and then he's just like the guy from Boogie Nights. John C. Reilly has an amazing career.
He's Will Ferrell's comedy partner.
Well, it used to be. They've fallen out over Winning Time, apparently.
They
with
did?
Adam McKay chose John C. Reilly over Will Ferrell, and now they don't talk anymore. So that's a little bit of a sore spot.
Bummer.
But John C. Reilly, impeccable as far as comedic actor, but even serious roles. He has amazing career.
He's one of the few who can go to a Scorsese film and then go to the Adam McKay film.
I'm curious about the heroes, the acting heroes that Dave Rubin has that he thinks agree with his politics.
Sylvester Stallone.
Yes.
Kevin
Sorbo. Derek.
End of
Clint
list.
Eastwood.
Kevin Sorbo. Don't forget Kevin Sorbo.
We can never forget Kevin Sorbo.
Oh, what's her name from Saturday Night Live?
Oh, Victoria
Jackson.
What's the Gina woman that quit The Mandalorian?
Oh, yeah.
We can't even remember her
She was
name.
canceled, so we can't remember.
That's why, right?
Gal Gadot.
Yeah.
I like Gal Gadot.
I mean, honestly,
yeah, he probably loves
has he
Gal
not
Gadot.
figured it out yet that most normal people don't agree with your politics?
She's fine. She's uncanceled now, isn't she?
This one was a little disappointing. John C. Reilly. You know John C. Reilly. I really know him from Boogie Nights, which is one of my favorite movies of all time. If you have not seen Boogie Nights from 1997 with Mark Wahlberg, it is a phenomenal movie. But he's also been in a lot of movies with. He was in what? Step Brothers. He was in Step Brothers. He's been in a lot of movies with Will Ferrell. Anyway, here he is on a podcast trying to explain suicidal empathy. He gets the phrase.
Of all the loony leftists that you could go after, why would you pick John C. Because you think he won't hit you back, I guess? Why would he choose to go after John C. Reilly? I guess he thinks he's dumb, maybe? Oh, he's dumb like me? Dude. Go after, Jon Stewart. Jon Stewart would never respond. Or go after, the Pod Johns. There's plenty of people you could go after who won't clap back. Someone like John C. Reilly would clap back because it's, funny, but,
It's wrong, and just listen to this kind of drivel that comes out of these Hollywood lefties.
You know, if you stand up for human rights, why is that a right or a left thing? Why aren't people on the right wing concerned about human rights? They're human too. This whole thing that like kind of has come into vogue of like empathy trap. You know, it's an empathy trap. You know, like that's what Elon Musk says. Like empathy is like, don't be fooled by the empathy trap.
Yes, yes,
You know,
yes.
stick to your agenda and what's best for you.
Holy
Don't start feeling bad for so and so. They're on their own thing. Look out
Pause
for
it for a
number
second.
one. Like,
I will tell
it's
you,
like, wait.
having spent 20 some odd years listening to Rush Limbaugh, that was exactly Rush Limbaugh's land. Rush Limbaugh's whole show was do not let doubt creep into your mind. And that is the entire sort of conservative worldview. You need to keep the idea of empathy out of your mind. You need to keep the idea that these people who I don't know about might just actually be just people, and
it's a pacifier. I mean, it's a pacifier. Fox News does it too. You don't have to, don't think, like, thought negating, empathy negating.
And it was all about
dead.
like,
so
you know,
bizarre.
have confidence in yourself, which turned into do not question any of your beliefs.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Wait a minute. Empathy is not a trap. Empathy is a superpower.
That's right.
That's what makes human beings exceptional. Our ability
That's
to
right.
like look outside of ourselves. We're not an alligator trying to just get the next fish. You know, we're
trying to
human
get
beings.
that
We can
fish,
relate
John.
to something
Sounds
that's
right.
not us. That, you know, like that's a superpower. Like, and it's
Dude,
also
he
the
thought Disclosure
cornerstone
Day.
of
He thought Disclosure
civilization.
Day was sick.
The fact that we stay at the red light and don't just zoom out because we want to get through the light
Dude.
faster, because what will happen? Well, we might smash into someone. Well, you don't know that person. Yeah, but I still don't want to
He's not
smash
an
into them.
outcrank.
You know, like those are the building blocks of civilization. That's the
is
agreement
he?
And
that
to-
we treat.
He might
I mean,
be.
it's very Catholic too. Do unto others.
Yeah.
You know,
You should go
treat
on
your
Bryce
brother
Abel's
as you would,
podcast.
as you would treat yourself. You know, like
And to your point about the right
it's
wing,
crazy that we have to argue for these things right now.
It's
That's a
insane.
really upside down world feeling to me.
All right. First off, empathy in and of itself is not a superpower. If you want to talk about what separates us from the animals, it might be that being able to regulate our emotions. Animals can have emotions, but they have no ability to regulate those emotions, right? So an animal, we've all seen this with a dog or with a monkey. They can be happy and they can be playful.
The
and
way
they can
we were
be
able to
angry, and
conquer
they
the
can be
earth was
fearful,
working
obviously.
together.
What separates us from
requires
the animals
empathy.
is that we can properly regulate those as humans with functioning brains.
No, we have consciousness.
Elon is not saying, and Gad Saad is not saying, have
Pause it for a
no
second.
empathy.
I don't think
Dude,
I
the best way to function is like sharing. You know, I hate to break it to you, but like that's what functional is. It's not really a good idea to have like, you know, 100 people have like all of the resources, like all of the fucking money. It's just not an effective way to like manage your economy, your society, like your civilization. Like the bad idea. It's more than that, but maybe humans didn't conquer Earth. We spread to every fucking corner of the planet. What are you talking about? We live on the North Pole and the South Pole. You fucking, you know. I mean, do you think that they have a base down there in the ocean? I mean, they might be like the Abyss. Right? The ultra terrestrials. Or is that crypto terrestrial? I never remember. Well, yeah. Okay, well, the pirate captain passed out drunk and then we shoved him overboard. So one day his gang will catch up to us, you know. The other, you know, Blackbeard, Pegleg, the rest of them. But that day is not here yet. I mean, you want to use that analogy? I think that's a good analogy. Potentially. You with the peg leg talk. Sorry. Release the Kraken. I mean, do you think they have a Kraken down there? I mean, in the movie The Abyss, there's a fucking millions of years old civilization under the oceans with this giant, like, you know, undersea wonderland, kind of like, you know, Aquaman or whatever. Still on the table. Oh man, he would be a good pirate.
I've ever heard anyone in any context say the difference
Miles
between
of
human and
tentacle,
animals is
like
that we can regulate our
Lovecraftian?
emotions. First of all, a lot of humans can't. But but that is.
But also animals do. If you've seen a cat, like when it's anxious, lick itself, that is a self-soothing behavior.
100%.
That is about regulating its emotions.
That is not the. I've never heard anybody make that the distinction.
They are looking for affection. That's them regulating their emotions.
I've heard the idea that we can reason, but reason is very much in line with empathy.
Empathy is
in
a
the
higher
sense
level
that, like,
thing
you
that actually
have
separates.
an ability to, like, say, hey, wait a second, that person's distinct from me, but they actually also are an entity that have emotions and feelings and an agenda. This is just bizarre. And I'm also completely distracted by how dark Dave Rubin has dyed his hair.
What's great?
That's the thing that really separates us from the animals.
Regulate your hair color.
We have
Vanity?
the ability, exactly. Well, not just vanity, because there are like animals that will
peacocking.
Right, peacocking. But the ability to do something about that vanity.
What's so funny is this is like the Weinstein brothers sort of thing too. Is like when you go into science, you can go flim flam a little bit more, but he's just making it up as it goes.
Yes.
What separates us from the animals is that we can properly regulate those as humans with functioning brains. Elon is not saying, and Gad Saad is not saying, have no empathy. They're saying don't have empathy to the point that it overrides all of your other faculties. So what was the line? He goes, why is the right not concerned with human rights? It's like, what are you talking about? The right, which is trying to make sure that America has a border and that we and safe streets. Those are basic things that you might consider human rights. The right is trying to do it, but he will sit there and go, no, it's the left, because we say everyone is, no one is illegal and everyone is. Also, is that even John C. Reilly? It looked like a guy in a John C. Reilly mask.
Oh, that's a bit rich.
Got him.
Wow, he really just mailed that in.
He couldn't think of an example. He's retired.
Yes.
Dave is. This is just about keeping the channel going.
Yeah.
I mean, when was that Jubilee? A couple weeks ago. He still can't think of an example of what Republicans are doing to help people.
Yes, that's a good point. And they're trying to. They want the make borders.
We should phone bank for that girl from Colorado.
I want to give a trigger warning. I do want to show part of Keir Starmer's resignation speech.
I like her.
And
she's got spunk.
It's a little triggering even for me, and I'm not a UK citizen, and I'm also
General
not
Systems
someone who
Vehicle
is
Helios,
smeared, maligned, and
Andromeda at best speed.
By him, so I imagine it's going to be triggering for you. But it's, I think, a really important thing to respond to.
You think we're an arc?
I can cope, it's all right.
Okay, you can cope, all right, great. You've gone through harder things in life, okay.
6 years ago, I inherited a Labour Party that was politically, financially, and morally bankrupt. I was told time and time again that my party was finished. That we were consigned to history.
I mean, yeah.
That a majority at the general election, let alone a landslide majority,
I don't really know a lot about Denver.
Was impossible.
Or Colorado in
but
general.
We proved those people wrong.
Right.
Because we changed our party. ripping out the poison of anti-Semitism, restoring trust on the economy, defense, and national security, and becoming a party that once again stood proudly with, not against, our national flag.
Oh my God.
The hard work of change was with a singular purpose.
What does our national flag mean?
Not power for power's sake, but to
come on,
change
you
Britain
fucking-
for the better.
Yeah, right, dog.
To build a fairer country with dignity and respect, where everyone is seen, everyone is valued, wealth and opportunity
Unless
for
you
all,
happen to be Muslim.
not just the privileged few. And look at what we've achieved in just 2 years. An economy
Yeah,
that is
I don't think
stronger,
that's true.
growing faster than our peers. Wages rising faster than inflation in every single month since we came to power. Investment secured, infrastructure being built. An end to austerity.
You're right, bro.
With the fastest fall in NHS waiting lists for 17 years. The biggest improvement in rights for workers and renters in a generation. The biggest uplift in defence spending since the Cold War. Small boat crossings falling.
Is that something you brag about,
Asylum
dog?
hotels closing.
Asylum
Protecting young people
hotels
from social
closing.
media. And 500,000 children being lifted out of poverty because of the choices that I made.
Wow, so humble. So there he goes. He complains that he inherited a Labor Party that was politically, financially, and morally bankrupt. And then he also brags about all the things that he allegedly accomplished. So what's your response to either of those?
Well, I was appalled by the speech and appalled by the base allegations made, which I'll come to in a second.
Poison
but
of
also, if somebody's
anti-Semitism.
stepping down as Prime Minister after less than 2 years in office, you'd expect a degree of contrition and a degree of honesty
Cirque here,
in
man,
what
you
they're saying.
fucking bastard.
So let's take the
Annie
factors
Burnham's
one
gonna
by
be just
one.
as bad, right?
Morally bankrupt
Yeah.
Labour Party.
No daylight, kid.
If
No
he
daylight.
really thought that, why was he so utterly desperate to become part of the Labour Party leadership whilst I was leader? Utterly desperate to be in the shadow cabinet, and was indeed a member of the shadow cabinet. He signed off and supported the entirety of the 2019
The infrastructure,
election
by that he
manifesto.
means fucking
And then when he
Epstein class
says
relief funds.
a political failure, his achievement after 4 years of leading the party in opposition was to lose 1 million votes compared to what we achieved in 2019 and several million more
Just the
than we
Reform
achieved in
Party too, you
2017.
fucking
The two
losers.
biggest votes for Labour this century were in
Nigel
2017
Farage.
and 2019. We also, during my leadership, increased Labour Party membership from somewhere over 200,000 to 600,000, making us the biggest political party in Europe. He invited people to leave the Labour Party if they didn't like his leadership.
he
And
said
they did
there's
listen to
all
him.
you
And,
Jew haters, get
about
out.
400,000 left the party under his leadership. So he's now left the smallest membership for many, many decades.
He was just banning people left and,
the
right.
idea that the Labour Party was
Anybody who ever
financially
said anything about
bankrupt is
Israel,
a very strange one indeed.
get out.
I became Labour leader in 2015. I looked at the finances of the Labour Party and I was appalled that, first of all, there was very little money. Secondly, there were massive debts.
Dude, it sounds like
owed
that
to
bastard running the
various,
DMC.
very wealthy people, all of whom had loaned money to the party while Tony Blair was leader and hadn't asked for it back for some cases more than 10 years. The day I became leader, they all asked for their money back straight away. And so I instructed the Labour Party officials to pay off all the debts because we were then getting a lot more money in from membership income. I also said we didn't want donations from big business. We didn't want donations from arms companies. We didn't want to be in hock to the wealthy minority in our society. And so we raised money through the trade unions and through popular appeals to raise funds. And so when I ceased to be Labour leader, just after we'd fought what was a very expensive general election campaign, the Labour Party had liquid assets of £13.5 million. That's on top of paying off all the debts and all the mortgages.
A set
you had a
of
debt-free
three of
party
deers in my
with a very
local
large
party,
amount of money
joined, they all
available to
got
them.
booted for
4 years later,
anti-Semitism for
the
supporting
debts have
Palestine.
returned,
Yeah.
the overdrafts have returned, and
They're probably like the most active
surpluses
members of the
appear
fucking
to have
party
all
too,
gone.
aren't they?
He threw money away on pointless legal cases
old ladies.
against me and other people at the same time, and has then sought to try and blame me for it all. And the argument about moral bankruptcy, well, for somebody who provided arms to Israel whilst the bombardment of Gaza was going on, while the genocide was being committed, please, let's not have lectures about moral bankruptcy. And so I feel very angry at that, and I feel very sad that he's dragged the Labour Party down to that particular level. I'm not a member of the Labour Party. I was expelled from the Labour Party by his membership. He also, having claimed in 2020 when he was running for leader that I was apparently his best friend, it was, I must say, news to me and my family, but that's what he said. He then went on to move a motion to the National Executive of the Labour Party that I was no longer fit to hold public office.
Right.
And he was very happy to serve in my shadow cabinet. So that's my piece on Starmer.
Right.
He's gone. That's the end of it.
And he also, I'll just say, in terms of character, and I know this is not as important as policy, but he, after claiming that you guys were good friends, he then not only denied that you were friends, but denied even having said that you were friends, and then said, oh, he just changed his mind on it. So very, very base lies. And in terms of the credit he takes for all these things that he did, what is your response to those claims? I mean, he makes himself sound somewhat anti-austerity.
Well, not really, because since he has been in charge of the British economy now for the past 2 years, there's been a growth of poverty, a growth of inequality, and we now have a situation where there's 157 billionaires, that's pound billionaires in Britain, who collectively own 22% of the nation's wealth.
That ain't shit.
That has grown year on year. And the taxation regime he's brought in subsidizes the biggest businesses, gives tax relief and tax breaks to the very wealthiest, and by refusing to raise the tax thresholds, that's the level of income you have to have when you're required to pay
shifted it
tax.
around a little
by
bit.
refusing to raise those in line with inflation, as years go on, more and more people are brought into taxation. Another 3 million will be brought into taxation who are on an income of less than £12,000 a year. That is a very low income indeed.
Yeah.
So the levels of poverty are
need a dozen
appalling.
Jaegers.
And whilst he has brought in free school meals for children, good, I support that. Whilst they brought in
if somebody gives 2 subs, now we get the rest of the song.
Security of tenure, good.
We haven't seen this in a minute. Dude, it's been a slow week. Anything would really help. Dude. Dumping the oil on himself. And now you are hiding. LOSER thinks JEGER. You like it when I do that? JEGER.
I support that.
Yeah,
but
I'm the nicest streamer on Twitch.
Absolutely, flatly refused to bring in rent regulation and control. And so you might be more secure in your tenancy, but you're not secure in the rent levels you have to pay. And to give you an example, in the community I represent, an average private sector flat would cost at least £2,000 per month to rent. That's £500 a week, which is way above what the minimum wage is, and indeed it makes even somebody on average income unable to rent a flat in my area.
Right. Well, I want to just give a little bit of a sense of Starmer's position on Gaza, because as you know in a tweet, he's gone, but a lot of these issues merit investigation, like the complicity of the UK government in the genocide in Gaza. So let's just take a look. This is a mashup that was made by Novara Media. Let's take a look at his record, and then we'll talk about what has to happen moving forward.
Clear. Israel does have that right to defend herself, and Hamas bears responsibility.
A siege is appropriate? Cutting off power, cutting off water?
Well, I think that Israel does have that right. A lot of different.
And by the way, I have to add, this is someone who was a human rights lawyer.
Unbelievable.
Which makes his position all the more despicable. Okay, now here he is speaking to the UK military.
Why would you say that? There's a lot of different work that goes on. I'm also
Royal Air Force Base.
Why would you defend that? Why would you defend that, though?
Some or quite a bit of what goes on here can't necessarily be talked about all the time. It isn't, although we're really proud of what you're doing, we can't necessarily tell the world what you're doing here. And therefore it makes it really important to say thank you, to acknowledge that.
Now, in a written statement from the Home Secretary, Yvette Cooper, to the
That's
House,
incoherent.
she has made it clear that she has decided to prescribe Palestine action under Section 3 of the Terrorism Act 2000.
No process
Here he
at all.
is. Here's Keir Starmer appearing with Israeli President Isaac Herzog, who famously said that there's no such thing as a civilian in Gaza.
We're so fucked. There are no civilians in Gaza. Literally said it. Like, explicitly just said it. How is that?
All we are saying
And that, of course, is footage of someone being arrested protesting with Palestine Action, which has been prescribed. And there were a lot of people, including people with disabilities, including the elderly, who were protesting and brutally carted off.
I could reach out of the picture.
And you are muted, Jeremy. So I think, okay, great. So what is your, what of these things that we just saw are relevant right now?
Well, the very interesting footage you just showed there.
Dude, I should just call the
situation RAF Akrotiri in Cyprus, which is where he made that speech. Well, I think what he's referring to is the surveillance flights over Gaza. There were hundreds of them made by Royal Air Force planes, filming everything in Gaza and sharing all that information with the Israeli Defense Force as part of the security sharing operation, and I believe they've been used for targeted bombing. So here you have the British government taking film, passing it on to Israel. They then return with the bombing campaign against schools, hospitals, homes. This genocide is the most disgraceful, disgusting thing possible. And then to prescribe Palestine Action, which is a civil disobedience organization, and it is in that tradition of civil disobedience organizations, like the 100 years ago, more than 100 years ago, the suffragette women campaigned for the right to vote by using non-violent direct action. They damaged property and so on. His government has now prescribed them, and also instructed the police to arrest anyone that shows a Palestine Action placard.
Yeah, suffragettes would have definitely been terrorists.
2,500 people are now facing court action for under terrorism charges for showing a sign saying Palestine Action. And now they've run this thing all through the courts, and the courts have so far, for the most part, ultimately supported what the government is trying to do. And the Elbit Systems and other protesters are now facing
originally the courts said they were justified.
And we have this deadening effect of the prescription of Palestine Action on the mere right to take
Why don't they just call their group something else?
Action in support of Palestine. The
whatever.
leadership of the Palestine Solidarity Campaign and those that had organised the demonstrations.
Just call it Palestine Action 182.
Have been convicted, and they're not in prison, but they were convicted of organising
Lamar
an
Alexander
assembly,
#2.
which indeed many of us were at the time. So that is the atmosphere that's created by Keir Starmer's legacy, as he kept telling us, a
Dude, what
human
about when
rights
he was
lawyer.
there
What
was an
about the
attempted
human rights of
assassination?
the
I wanna know
Palestinian
more about
people in
that.
Gaza, who've seen their families
Organization
killed in
for
front of their very
Palestine.
eyes?
There you go.
And it's now a place with more rubble than houses
Palestine
and
Organization.
more destruction than anything else. It is a disgraceful and disgusting record that he has.
And Jeremy, you recently
it's never gonna go
reintroduced a
away
bill for an
either. I don't know why
independent
any of
inquiry
them
into
think
Britain's role
this is
in
going
the
to somehow
genocide.
fade
You
from
also
memory.
helped edit a book based on a conference and the tribunal you hosted in the UK on the UK's role in Israel and the US's genocide. So tell us more about this bill that you introduced and the report, and if what the impact of stuff like this can potentially have in maybe stopping war crimes as we speak, stopping genocide as we speak, or perhaps stopping them moving forward?
I introduced a bill to set up a public Gaza inquiry, which got through its first stage in Parliament almost a year ago and was then blocked by the government. And so we set up our own tribunal of inquiry organised through the Peace and Justice Project, whose office I'm in at the moment. I was a founder of the Peace and Justice Project. And we did a 2-day inquiry, very much on the lines of the Russell Tribunal over the Vietnam War. And we took 29 expert witness statements, and they were under cross-examination from me and 2 others to make sure that everything was said was verifiable, supportive, and accurate. And we are now publishing that in a book form, in which there is some added chapters from myself and the other 2, Nev and Shahad, who were the other 2 assessors, and a supplementary chapter from Sally Rooney, who has written something about the horror of Gaza and the way in which the Palestinian people have been treated. This is
you got to put a team
now.
out in the
It'll be on
field.
sale from a week's time, and we're doing a book tour with it. We're doing promotion of the book all over, and we will no doubt be in New York promoting it as well, hopefully later in the year, because I do think people have got to understand that there is a clear record there of the inhumanity and disgusting behavior of the Israeli Defense Force and the way it was
they're obviously
politically
not
and financially
perfect,
and militarily
they
supported
lose
by a
sometimes.
number of countries, including the UK. And so we are not giving up, we're not relenting, we're not retreating, we're out there because there's something really unconscionable that I grew up
They have like infinite money,
protesting
basically.
against the Vietnam War. And I remember the film we saw about Vietnam, some of which eventually appeared on UK television. And we saw the bravery of people trying to survive under that massive bombardment. We now have no excuses because then we were told all sorts of things. There was no live television coverage. There was film that occasionally came out of Hanoi or whatever, but not very much. And so I think the bravery of people like Jane Fonda at the time going to Hanoi, who was then dubbed Hanoi Jane, and removed from an awful lot of casting lists in Hollywood as a result.
She's kind
We
of a
don't have
lib
those
now,
excuses
but
anymore.
she was
It's
so
all
based.
there, live, real time. And we've got those very brave citizen journalists in Gaza who've been telling us what's going on. History is going to be very harsh on the political classes of the 21st century who allowed all this stuff to go on.
You got that right, Jack. Hope it's worth it, man. Jesus Christ. Doesn't really seem like it. Seems like definitely not worth it. UFO truths to this national Is socialism a dirty word? Do you want to watch this? You want to watch these guys cope? Let's watch it.
Big wins for Democratic Socialists in New York City, backed by the popular Democratic Socialist mayor Zoran Mamdani. already there are Republicans trying to tie the winners here to national Democrats, and already there are some national Democrats a little bit nervous about how their own party might be painted. With us now, CNN chief data analyst Harry Etten. Sir, good to see you. So when we talk about democratic socialists, how are they perceived?
You know, I will tell you, there is a reason why Republicans nationwide are licking their chops, and why there are at least some Democrats who are a little bit worried, because what is true in New York City in a Democratic primary ain't necessarily true nationwide with the general electorate. I mean, just take a look here. Net favorable rating of Democratic Socialists. If you look at Democrats nationwide, look at this. Democratic Socialists are on the positive side of the ledger at plus 17 points. This includes Democratic-leaning independents. But look at all voters. A completely different world. 27 points underwater Democratic Socialists of America are in the net favorable rating. So what are we talking about? A 44-point difference here in the wrong direction when we come to Democratic Socialists of America, jumping from being pretty popular among Democrats to being
your helicopters are falling from the sky like broken birds.
What about just the word socialist or
up,
socialism?
Loser.
How's that doing?
Yeah, okay. So, you know, one of the trends that we have seen is among Democrats, socialism has become more popular over the last decade and a half. But what about the rest of the electorate? And this, I think, gives the game away right here. Okay, positive view of socialism. Among Democrats, look at this. Up considerably from where we were in 2010, 50% to now 66%.
Of Republicans have a positive view of socialism.
Points a decade and a half. But look at all others. The number is the same. It was 29% back in 2010. It's 30% now. Socialism has become increasingly popular among Democrats, but it is a much tougher sell in the rest of the electorate. It's a much tougher sell among independents, and this is why Republicans actually think that there could be some electoral opportunities because of these Democratic Socialist winning primaries, and why there are a number of mainstream Democrats who are going, I'm not quite sure about that.
Okay. Getting a lot of focus here in New York City. There are a lot of people, I occasionally one of them as a non-native New Yorker, think that New York gets disproportionate focus. Is this something that really is only a New York thing in terms of how people are paying attention?
No, this is what is so important. You know, when it comes to the popularity of democratic socialism, that may stay in the major urban corridors. But when it comes to it being an issue that people are being that are talking about, this is why I think Republicans really like what's going on here. And this is because, take a look at Google searches for the DSA, the Democratic Socialists of America. Up like a rocket, up 140% from when Mamdani, who of course burst on the scene about a year ago, up 140% from his primary.
You guys want to make a thing about it? Go for it.
Highlight it right here. Reached an all-time high this week. More people are interested in finding out more about democratic socialism than they ever have been in the United States of America.
Right about
and given what you see in a slide like this, where you see, hey, you know what, there's still socialism isn't popular, and when you see, oh my goodness gracious, among all voters, it really isn't popular, Democratic Socialist America, that's why Republicans are saying, hey, there could be electoral opportunities here.
Okay, there were incumbents who were felled here in New York City, one by a Democratic Socialist here. So, in terms of how many more incumbents might go, what do the prediction markets say?
Yeah, if you take a look at the Kalshi prediction market, we have already seen four incumbents, four House Democratic incumbents lose so far. How about the chance that 6+ House Democratic incumbents lose their primaries in 2026? Look at this. According to Kalshi, a 66% chance. The highest in the 21st century before this year in a non-census year was just 3. We're talking about a real chance that will double that previous record.
That's in a primary. Fascinating to see, Harry, and thank you very much.
Thank you, my friend.
Democrats are in shock, at least the ones who consider themselves moderate. Socialist candidates across the nation are not only...
at least he said that. I mean... I guess it's false framing, I think, right? Trying to play up like how unpopular they are with the, right-wingers. It's bizarre, like, candidates speak for themselves, right? Like, you're not, like, the word socialism is not running for election. There's much more to the story than just, like, whatever smear campaign the right tries to apply to them, and I think it's going to have the opposite effect. I don't think they're going to do what he's saying there. I think that's the fucking propaganda line that they repeat so that the centrists can use it and try to pretend that that's a valid reason. Oh, like if we do this popular thing, then the bad guys might say, hey, look at them doing this popular thing, you know? Like the actions that are undertaken in the name of socialism are, you know, universally pretty good, right? Like they either they're gonna make something up and lie, which again is what they do anyway, like to pretend that like you should somehow like structure your policy platform based on like what the Republicans might say about you is such a fucking ridiculous framing. Like, oh, the people who make shit up and lie about everything we do, they might make shit up and lie about what we do if we do something good. Like, we might do something good, and then the people who make shit up and lie about everything we do, they might say, oh, hey, that good thing they're doing is bad. So instead, we should just do something bad so that at least they'll be telling the truth when they say, hey, look at these Democrats doing something bad. Like, it's so stupid. Like, I don't think it's gonna work either, because again, I think the candidates speak for themselves. I think you can try to mount this fear-mongering campaign over, like, Cold War, you know. It was fake in the Cold War, and it remains, you know, even more fake now, right? Like, literally none of their critiques have any validity to them, and it's essentially just any resistance to corporate power is like there's an all-out attack on it from every, you know, establishment platform. So anybody who has anything to say about, you know, the myriad of excesses of our country, like in every level of government, every level of corporate operations, like the military, it's so just blatantly double dealing and like conflicts of interest and like obvious overt corruption. And anybody who says anything about it is labeled some sort of heretic and, you know, socialist agitator. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I just think that like people don't believe them anymore. I think Gaza has a lot to do with it. I keep saying this, but like them seeing all these dead kids every day, and then the Democrats get just like lie to everybody about it. I think people don't trust any of their bullshit now.
Winning primaries, they're also taking leadership positions in American cities. New York is the latest example, as all of Zohran Mamdani's endorsements won their contest, sending the establishment into a tailspin. Former DNC chair Jamie Harrison, without naming names, argued online, quote, "If you hate the Democratic Party, then please don't run for our nomination." He said, "Don't use the party's resources, volunteers, and infrastructure." And he added that if you don't believe in the party, then don't ask its members to carry you across the finish line. An hour later, he clarified that he doesn't care if you're a progressive, a moderate, or a conservative, but he highlighted that there was always an understanding that building a stronger party was part of the job. Senator Chris Murphy responded to that, arguing that the party is the voters and that leaders need to listen to the voters who are demanding that the party be bolder. Joining us now in our fifth seat is Jumaane Williams. He's the public advocate for the city of New York. And
who's that?
Jumaane, I wonder
who's that, dude?
Just to respond to what Jamie Harrison is
guy?
saying, is he right to say, if you're not a card-carrying Democrat, get out of our party, don't even bother running?
First, I start off every sentence with Nixon 5, so I just have to put that out there.
Okay.
But the truth is, he's incorrect. Like the whole context is wrong. We keep pretending somehow that the people in power in a lot of places were not folks from outside who came into the party one way or the other, didn't like what was happening, said, I'm going to try to make some change. And that's what's happening here. And quite honestly, what we see happen in New York City is, to me, an extension of what happened from 2008, where people who may not have even bought a black toothbrush voted for Barack Obama. They then voted for Donald Trump. There are people in New York City who voted for Donald Trump and AOC. People have
Zohran Mamdani
that's
after
correct.
that, yeah.
There are people who are saying, we don't want the status quo, we don't want the same message and the same messenger. the party leadership that I belong to has rejected that time and time again, and every decision they've made has led us to Donald Trump, and every decision they made have led us to this point. So my hope is that the party will finally say, let's listen to some messaging that is actually working. Messaging that pushes back against the divisiveness that we've been seeing and hearing.
If there's one thing a political party is going to do, it's to protect the political party as it currently is. And the people who know that the best are perhaps Republicans who experienced it vividly in 2016 when Donald Trump ran for the nomination, and he ran as an outsider, and he shook up the party, and he dispensed with all the establishment types, and then he took over the party with all of his extreme views on all sorts of things. And I call them extreme because that's what Republicans called them at the time. So, I mean, this is actually, in some ways, kind of a Trump playbook.
Well, except Trump wasn't trying to, bring about the downfall of Western civilization like some of these socialist candidates are in the Democratic Party. And so, I mean, look, I'm not a Democrat, but I've been amused at the infighting in New York City today. And some of it is pretty powerful constituencies. I saw a video last night in one of these victory parties of a room full of young white socialists screaming at a television with Hakeem Jeffries on it, who's poised, by the way, to possibly become the first black Speaker of the House, going, you're next, you're next, you're next. Not a great look for the party. I saw that Mamdani went after the head of the Hispanic caucus as well. I see Tish James is even mad.
You're really concerned. You're really concerned about
politics. I'm shocked.
I am shocked. A few things here. First, a lot of times in campaigns we see politicians endorse other candidates, endorse politicians, and that's all they do, right? You get a press release that says so and so just endorsed me. This. I would say, Mamdani and his team, which have figured out the formula in New York City, not only endorsed, they campaigned with these candidates. His team was working with these candidates, a team that was so effective in working on social media and getting voters out. Also, let's remember that it was, I think, something like 5% of eligible voters that showed up to vote in yesterday's primary. So very few votes made a very big difference.
I was on the ground speaking to voters. So let me say, it is usually a very few amount of people who make a decision anyway. So they're pretending like that is
it's a party primary.
That's correct. But I want to be clear, on the ground, what people cared about is affordability. What people cared about was feeling safe and what that means in their community. What people cared about was healthcare. So the construct is incorrect, because I think people care about that across the country, definitely New York City. What the Republican Party has been able to do is say that you don't feel safe, you don't feel like you can afford to pay here because of people you may not like, whether it is trans, whether it is immigrants. What Mamdani and others, by the way, there's always been an issue with class and race when it comes to the left, and we have to address that. But what they have been able to do is that the reason that you can't live in New York City is because of an exploitive economic system. And that economic system is what needs to change.
But can I ask you I thought, to me, Nydia Velázquez is a progressive.
Yeah.
She is, she's most definitely, and she was in Congress for 34 and a half years.
Right.
She endorsed somebody to replace her, and that's who Mamdani beat yesterday. Mamdani's candidate beat yesterday. To me, Adriano Espaillat, the first Dominican to be elected to Congress, was an undocumented immigrant. Also, I don't see them as moderate.
Nydia's legacy should have been more respected. Let's just be clear about that.
And she was the first. She was the first member of the New York Congressional Caucus to endorse Mamdani.
What Republicans has been good at is making these labels, even though people don't know what they are. And so what I do know is there's a lot of agreement about what people feel and want to be able to afford where they live and want to feel safe and want health care. When we decide these labels, the biggest thing to me about yesterday and the way the direction we have been going is who is going to use their political capital to push past the normal ways of doing business in politics. And that is what voters are saying. I want the person now who is going to push past, I guess the best way to put it may be respectability politics, which we do need, but push past that. So when I get a phone call from a leader of a legislature, I get a phone call from the executive, I'm going to push past that and say, this is what my constituents.
Over the past 8 months, all of you in this room know how much the Democratic machine has tried to count us out. How at every turn they've underestimated us. And in the words of Shirley Chisholm, even if the establishment machine has done everything in its power to keep our community from having a seat at the table, well, I have some bad news for them. We've brought folding chairs.
All right.
I mean,
the establishment machine, she's
Abby,
going after them.
We're still in the anti-establishment element of our political history, I suppose, in our country right now. But to me, if I'm a Democrat, I'm really wondering, and I'm really concerned about this going beyond just New York, beyond Washington, D.C., because I can assure you, we're going to make the argument to voters, you can either be for less taxes or the party that wants to tax you more, because if you're going to say everything's for free, that money has to come from somewhere.
Well, it already is happening all around the country.
You run the risk of pushing out a lot of highly successful people.
I think what the people like Zoran Mamdani are putting on the table is, do we need a more fair economic system where people at the bottom can do better and not just people at the top? And the reason that message is resonating is because it is a fact that economic inequality has been supercharged in the last 10, 20, 30 years in this country. So that is a fact that's irrespective of where you are in this country. And I think that's why there is a real question of, it's not about, are you going to run socialists everywhere, but is the anger against the establishment, the anger against an economic system that is leaving people worried about what they put in their gas tank and how much money they have for it, is that anger going to fuel candidates that speak to it versus the candidates who just want to maintain the status quo?
I would say that one of the things we learned last night is that past the very friendly smile of Zoran Mamdani, he is a ruthless tactician and an ideologue who wants more people of his ideological bent elected, and he's not satisfied with just being.
And he doesn't. And even, I mean, many of them.
He's doing politics.
And the other thing that from last night is, to quote my friend Whoopi Goldberg, I would say to Chuck Schumer, dude, you're in danger, because this, I think, puts a lot of wind in the sails of Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez to challenge.
It was economic concerns that got Dan Goldman banned from that coffee shop in Brooklyn?
I think, first of all, that was horrible. So I want to make sure I lift it up. Dan Goldman is a gentleman as far as I'm concerned. I also think it was horrible, the anti-Haitian and anti-black rhetoric, and anti-Muslim rhetoric that occurred with the Chevalier race. But I do think economics is at the root of it, and equality.
In that specific instance, do you think it had anything to do with economics?
A lot of specifics, but we need to look at what's happening.
I just want you to admit what was actually behind these congressional races.
We're
talking all around it.
No, we're not. What was behind those races was that people can't afford to live, and the inequality that exists in different spaces.
All right.
Okay.
Everyone, thank you very much.
That guy sucks, man. Mamdani Media. Mamdani Stan.
On ABC this week. It's fascinating to contrast. Faz Shakur is here. He is Bernie's former campaign manager in Tar.
Mamdani to the moon. Yeah, again, I don't think those arguments are going to be effective. That's all they got. Studio execs exposed? Really? Man. Can't be too mean to them, then they're gonna not make this show just to be mean. So much anti-Semitism in our world. Daunting. DSA started. Dude, Joy Reid had Daria Lisa on? Really? Dude. How'd this go? Was this good? Was this good? Did anybody watch this? Should we watch this real quick? I know it's crank time. Sorry.
The Speaker of the House and the minority leader in the House both had comment
proven that he cannot even hold the line in his own backyard.
Yeah, when he goes
how can he
through-
possibly defend?
He reads through the DSA's platform or whatever, and it's like they're all like good things, and he's trying to like scoff at them and make them sound bad. It's really funny. Did y'all see that? I don't know if she's got that part of it, but it's really funny. Like, oh, they want to like fucking ban private money in elections, huh? Oh, they want to make all elections publicly financed. Oh man, can you believe that? Oh, they want healthcare for everybody. Oh, like, just the only way they're able to do their bullshit is because they, they lie about everything. Like, you can't actually go through and like name the platform because it's like a good platform that everybody wants, you know?
In 2 years from, Mamdani endorsed candidate. When you ask me a serious question, I'll give you a serious answer.
APAC
It sounds like a serious question to me. Joining me now is one of the three victors, one of the Mamdani three, Darialisa Avila Chevalier, really one of the next political stars in the DSA and the Democratic Party. Welcome and congratulations.
Thank you, and thank you so much for having me.
Well, I want to make sure you're okay. We were trying to have you on Monday night to preview the race, and I know that some incident happened. I just want to make sure that you're all right.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. Ended up being okay. It was a tense situation, but we got out of it safely.
Good. We were primarily concerned about that. So thank you for being here despite all of the drama.
That meme
first
where
of all,
the guy's
congrats, and
like,
tell
this
me,
sucks actually.
in your view, what
guy
was
pointing at
the
a thing that
key
is
to
fucking
your
awesome.
victory over a very well-known and powerful Democratic incumbent?
I think for so many New Yorkers, the issue here was having a representative who was present, right? Whether or not that we had a representative who was fighting for them and whether we could see the results of that fight. And here in this district, because people were really hungry for a politic that is actually investing in hope and in life.
Some of the ways in which this has been covered, obviously, Jason D9, you put up all three of
That's what they've been doing.
Mayor Mamdani's.
So they're like, oh, isn't it horrible the way they've been going after your old tweets? Like these old tweets. They keep doing it. Yeah, I know her great tweets. I didn't have a napkin, so I used the American flag.
Spectrum. Lately, it feels like the entire world has lost its mind chasing the next revolution in computer science. Surging demand for AI has impacted in Earth orbit. Free, unyielding solar energy with no landowners to negotiate with. No environmental policies standing in your way, and, as we all know, in space, no one can hear you protest. In March 2026, StarCloud received $170 million in funding on the back of this idea. Billionaires will attempt to pull the rug over your eyes and convince you that this technology makes total sense.
Total scam.
In reality, this technology is dumb, and I'm going to explain to you exactly why.
Hell yeah, bro.
Let's start with the core of a data center. It is filled with server racks like these. The NVIDIA NVL72, sporting 72 GB200 GPUs paired with 36 CPU cores and 17 terabytes
it's
of RAM.
Gonna be all
It
space
provides
data
up to
centers in like 2 years or
720,000
something.
teraflops of compute at a cost of
Something
120
absurd.
kilowatts of electricity. A large house with air conditioning blasting may consume 2 kilowatts. This one rack consumes the power of 60 suburban homes. Only server racks like these can handle the vast amounts of data and number crunching needed to run large language models. For comparison, this is the Versal system on chip from AMD, found in the latest Starlink satellites. It is 1,000 times less powerful while consuming 100 times less power. That's the edge compute in existing satellites, and we can't just stack space-grade hardware. This Starlink satellite has a peak power generation of 5 kilowatts, nowhere close to the demands of a single NVIDIA NVL72 server.
Wow.
Radically different space hardware has been imagined in StarCloud's white paper
my
to
God.
quote
What are you
unquote
gonna use
solve
for
this
energy?
problem. StarCloud claims that they can put 5 gigawatts worth of these servers in space, with NVIDIA server racks arriving in 40 megawatt containers that dock to the main station. That's 8 times more powerful than the biggest operating data center today. The goal here is likely to provide on-orbit processing of Earth observation satellites, because beaming down terabytes of high-resolution imagery and synthetic aperture radar data to the ground is becoming a bottleneck. There is a useful niche to process the images in space and just send down the relevant data. So let's start building out what a satellite capable of this would actually look like and compare it to StarCloud's figures stated in their white paper, starting with that 5 gigawatt power requirement. If we had high efficiency panels generating 400 watts per square meter, the 5 gigawatt solar panel would have an area of 12.5 million square meters. Here, StarCloud's numbers are not completely off, with their rendered concept using 6 million square meters. For comparison, this is nearly 5,000 times the surface area of the ISS solar panels,
5,000
and the ISS
times?
took decades to assemble.
Wow.
But all that power doesn't just vanish, it becomes heat. In StarCloud's case, 5 gigawatts worth, and this satellite is orbiting in a vacuum, with no way to convect that heat away. Without a way to radiate it away, that heat will accumulate and fry the satellite. The only way to get rid of it is with radiator panels, and we can calculate the radiator area with the Stefan Boltzmann equation. Emissivity is simply how good a surface is at emitting electromagnetic waves. A perfect black body has an emissivity of 1. This is why the SR-71 was black, to help dump as much heat generated from aerodynamic heating as possible. However, a black surface is too good at absorbing sunlight in space, overwhelming its cooling capacity. So, radiators are generally coated in a white coating like AZ93, which has an emissivity of 0.92, which matches StarCloud's white paper. The temperature of the radiator matters enormously too, because of this fourth power. Tiny increases in temperature lead to huge gains in radiator performance. We'd want this to be as high as possible. StarCloud wants to keep their servers at 20 degrees, the same temperature as terrestrial servers. Here is where I started to question StarCloud's engineering. At 20 degrees, we radiate 380 watts per square meter, resulting in a radiator 4 kilometers tall and nearly a kilometer wide, taking up the middle section of the satellite, which is a problem because inside those panels are tiny coolant channels that circulate a fluid between the server and the radiators, moving heat between them. The difficulty of pumping fluids across such a vast area back and forth is completely ignored by StarCloud's paper, simply stating that a workable design is possible without heat pumps. Even if this could be powered passively, this cooling rate would require immense fluid flows. If they use a coolant like glycol and have it enter the radiator at 35 degrees and return chilled at 5 degrees, then they'll need to circulate 68,870 kilograms of it per second. That's emptying an Olympic swimming pool in 40 seconds, or pumping rates we'd see on a hydroelectric dam fed by gravity. For reference, the Space Shuttle's RS-25 engines have a mass flow rate of 514 kilograms per second, so this thing would need the equivalent pumping power of 134 rocket engine turbopumps, and somehow not require constant maintenance in orbit, none of which their white paper accounts for. Nor does it account for the possibility of micrometeorites piercing one of these high mass flow rate lines, or any of the other delicate structures needed to launch something this massive. Like when orbital debris struck the rows of solar panels of the ISS, that required a spacewalk to fix. They've also completely ignored another engineering problem. Massive flat panels hanging off a satellite are a nightmare for maintaining a stable
Why don't
orbit.
they just make it smaller?
The ISS regularly needs to perform boost burns to compensate for the aerodynamic drag its solar panels create. But it gets even more difficult
it'd
for
be
something
cool to
this
process
massive,
the data
as Earth's
like he
lumpy
said,
gravity
but
keeps pulling its far-flung
I don't
edges
know.
unevenly, adding to the forces
I
pulling.
think that I can't believe Elon said that shit. Like, what are you smoking? Like, is he just trying to juice the stock? I don't get it. Like, you would think that if he makes a prediction like that and we all watch it fail spectacularly in real time, I mean, what? What are we supposed to take away from that? I guess he doesn't care, he's shameless, you know. Yeah, I mean, if you can use the waste heat, that'd be cool, but I don't know anything on the table that could use it. Yeah, I mean, it would be useful for a small server, but like I think they're probably trying to market this as like, you know, some sort of like ultra secure, like not just the satellites. Like I don't understand why they make it so big, if not to try to court terrestrial market share as well. Like, do they really need that much server space to manage the downlink from the satellites? Like, seems like that's a lot. Why don't they just start with like 1 gigawatt or something? Is StarCloud his company? I mean, that's what I'm saying. It's just like this guy's just doing like back of the envelope calculations, and it's immediately apparent that this is bullshit.
It off course. We need to keep the station facing the sun, but that's easier said than done.
I mean,
satellites typically use inertia wheels to control orientation.
Make a
but
small
inertia
server?
wheels are scaled according to the moment
Does it
of
need to be
inertia
5
of the
gigawatts?
satellite. And the moment of inertia is determined by the weight of the satellite and its distance from the rotational axis. This satellite is massive and has hundreds of thousands of tons of fluid flowing to its far extremities. Its moment of inertia will be accordingly massive. And of course, the white paper glosses over this too, just stating that the system is in development.
Nuclear would work.
Orbiting this way exposes one side of the radiators to the sun constantly, and all of that
We
heat
still need
being
to have
absorbed by the sun
radiators,
will
though.
decrease the efficiency of our radiators. A more
Unless,
sensible
again,
design would use an X shape,
unless you
with
can
the solar
somehow
panels
use
face onto
the
the sun
waste
and the
heat.
radiators
That would
edge
be
on.
sick.
Their renders show everything just facing the sun. It really seems like anyone with some renders and a white paper written by someone being gassed up by an overly agreeable AI can get VC funding these days. The next big challenge is degradation of materials in orbit. As IEEE reports in their partnered article, regular maintenance in space is difficult. Redundancy has to be built in at launch, and cost estimates have to account for efficiency degradation over time. And space degrades things really quickly. Atomic oxygen from the ionosphere chemically attacks surfaces, and Van Allen belts trap high-energy particles that damage both radiators and solar panels over time. There's also ultraviolet radiation, solar flares, and cosmic rays. There's orbital debris, and there's good old-fashioned bad luck. All of these factors attack exposed surfaces chemically and physically, degrading the output of solar panels and reducing the emissivity of radiators. The ISS has been testing many of these factors since 2001, and to date have tested 1,500 samples of different materials, allowing them to identify more resilient materials for space, like AZ93, the white coating on their radiators. AZ93 is highly resistant to this, but not immune. Its emissivity can drop from 0.92 to 0.9. However, for a crewed station, the degradation of paint is a minor concern compared to the threat of orbital debris strikes, something that has plagued the International Space Station for years, with countless stories of leaks that have resulted in entire coolant loops being drained. Ionizing radiation is even more complicated. Ionizing particles passing through satellites will burn out a transistor or flip a bit of information stored inside. This would result in the mother of all AI hallucinations without a software constantly checking results. Hewlett-Packard Edge computer servers aboard the ISS have to run 3 instances of the exact same calculation on 3 different nodes to compare answers to weed out corrupted data, tripling the power draw and tripling the mass needed to be launched, when they could just keep it on the ground and avoid all of these problems. Space-rated chips are so much slower than commercial hardware because of the hardening needed. The nanometer scale transistors and the tiny voltage that they hold are just no match for a cosmic ray. The StarCloud white paper once again glosses over this issue, simply explaining that logic devices are resistant to radiation and that their dockable servers will have a larger volume to surface ratio than smaller satellites, and therefore need comparatively less shielding. So a constellation of smaller data center satellites would struggle even more by their own admission. However, the most ridiculous part of this white paper may be the cost estimates, which are over-optimistic on the launch weights and launch costs. StarCloud claims that a single 100-ton launch can deliver a 40-megawatt server container. That's 400 watts of compute per kilogram launched. That's way too high. The NVIDIA servers they reference weigh around 1,400 kilograms alone, with a power draw of 120 kilowatts. They achieve 88 watts per kilogram. StarCloud's figures don't even align with the very hardware they are referencing. Even SpaceX's Terafab project, infamous for historic levels of overprojection, only assumes that space data center hardware would reach 100 watts per kilo. StarCloud's numbers are 4 times higher than even Elon Musk's dream numbers. Then there's the solar panels. The top-end advanced lightweight ROSA arrays get 100 watts per kilogram in space. Designs that have never left the lab that use micrometer-thick silicon panels can achieve 300 watts per kilogram. StarCloud's white paper quotes 1,000 watts per kilogram. For 5 gigawatts, a more realistic weight would be 50,000 tons instead of the 5,000 tons they quote. StarCloud's white paper has no mass figures for the radiator. We calculate that it would need to be 4 kilometers tall and 840 meters wide. Current generation panels weigh 10 kilograms per square meter, resulting in a total mass of 33,600 tons. With the most advanced and very expensive carbon-carbon radiators achieving 4 kilograms per square meter, they may hit 13,440 tons. Even ignoring the pumps, coolant, radiation shielding, fuel, inertia wheels, structures, and other stuff, StarCloud's station exceeds 113 million kilograms, more than an aircraft carrier sitting in orbit, more than 6 times the total mass launched into space in history. So how much would this cost to launch if Starship becomes operable at the scale SpaceX envisions? SpaceX's Starship does not have a public price menu, but one of its first customers that we know of, Voyager Technologies, has signed a deal for a $90 million delivery into orbit. That's a launch cost of $900 per kilogram. That's $102 billion in launch costs alone, but they don't quote $900, they quote $30 per kilogram. I don't know where they got this figure from. That would barely even cover the cost of fuel and launch operations. Reality seems to have become less valuable in the last few years. It's easier than ever to throw an idea at a large language model and do some hand-wavy gestures in front of a cost comparison slide in your pitch meeting and get funded. These data centers are under immense competitive pressure. Data centers work their chips as hard as possible to get as much value out of them before they need to be upgraded. This is currently happening on a 2 to 4 year lifespan. An AI data center in space, even with measures to protect against radiation and damage, can only be expected to have more failures and a shorter useful lifespan. It's a matter of fact that some AI companies are going to fail to return a profit for their investors. Some analysts expect OpenAI to run out of runway as soon as 2028. But if that happens, at least all that spending leaves something useful here on Earth. The computational power and power generation created to power it doesn't just vanish, it is still on Earth and available for other uses. StarCloud imagines an option to recover the server containers at the end of their life, but the cost of sending up an empty rocket to orbit doesn't come at much of a discount. If a serious fault happens, which may be as small as a power connection rattling loose during launch or a docking failure, the whole satellite may be written off immediately. So, when, not if, a space data center fails, it leaves nothing behind. But what of the other concepts out in the world? This is just one early rush concept to fundraise and move on. In the ever-evolving world of tech and AI, first movers are being heavily rewarded. Google Suncatcher corrects many of StarCloud's design mistakes. First, they split the system up into a constellation of smaller satellites. These orbital data centers need to form a network to combine their computational power together. To do that, they need communication, and laser networking is the new hot topic in AI data center expansion, with companies like Coherent Corp, a laser semiconductor manufacturer, gaining momentum. But the inverse square law makes communicating with lasers without the help of fiber optic cables a little difficult. Light spreads out from where it was emitted, lowering in intensity with the square of the distance traveled. So, laser signal drops off drastically even in space. Keeping the satellites near each other is beneficial, and the more connections they have with neighboring satellites, the better. So, Google calculated this unique bounded orbit that allows pods of 81 satellites to orbit together. But to do this, they need to nail the initial conditions that allow the unique undulating disk of satellites to navigate the lumpy, complicated gravity of Earth without any heavy support structures binding them together. But even if they nail the initial conditions, Google wants this orbiting in sun-synchronous orbit, surfing Earth's twilight and harvesting the perpetual solar energy. But that's a busy orbit, and if data center constellations start going up, it's only going to get busier. These satellites will also need to avoid space debris. SpaceX recently reported to the FCC that the Starlink constellation performed a total of 300,000 collision avoidance maneuvers in 2025, a problem that will only increase with more material being launched into orbit. And flying an 81 satellite bounded orbit means that one satellite moving could cause a knock-on effect that requires all 81 satellites to adjust, multiplying the burden of a single collision avoidance. IEEE's academic research arm even published a paper on this exact problem last year. Other technologies may mature too. One technology IEEE reported on in their partnered article was liquid droplet radiators, which proposes getting rid of the pipes and heavy radiator structure completely and instead spraying a stream of coolant oil directly into the vacuum of space. With each droplet surface now acting as a radiative surface, it drastically changes the physics of the problem. So it's clear that a lot of really smart people are working on this problem, and a lot of not so smart people too. The economics of the challenge may improve, and the business as a whole may become slightly less of a massive gamble, but it still just leaves the question, why would anyone actually want computers in space? Space is becoming a new layer in the internet, with terabytes of data being passed around up there, with a lot of it being sensitive military data. When Iran was first struck, there was a frenzy of satellites from countries all over the world, all desperate to get eyes on the ground in a chaotic political environment. That's just one event that likely generated gigabytes of data, and it's all being fed into data centers for analysis. This is an incredibly valuable military asset, and in the event of a war, whoever can process that information quicker is going to win. Ukraine recently reported that fully autonomous drones were used in the battlefield for the first time, patrolling an area and attacking without human guidance. Autonomous warfare, powered by satellite intelligence, is the future of warfare. If we are going to see space-based data centers, I believe intelligence processing will be the application that gets them off the ground. And as we have seen, data centers are already attractive targets in the event of a war, an economic target and potentially soon a strategic target. Placing them in space with uninterruptible power makes them a near impossible target for most adversaries, and the military has famously deep pockets.
It's just something else for them to dump money in so they can pretend that they're investing or whatever, that they have some fucking strategy and make this shit profitable. None of it's profitable.
I smoke a cigarette. I walk on the street. No more pain.
Hi, I'm Walter Bosley, and I'm going to read to you from my book, Shimmering Light, Lost in an MK Ultra House of Anu. A story of paperclip Nazis, Roswell UFOs, a lost race, and perception management. And I came out with it.
Arriving at Proxima Centauri b, the ship's hollow inner core disengages and detaches. Pieces are flown down to the surface, building the first structures of the settlement.
How'd you get there though, man?
The Proxima Centauri generational ship is designed to build the new settlement, but first, it must provide for the life on board during the journey from Earth. A 100-year journey, 4.24% the speed of light. Gravity is altered, not Earth-like. The outer shell rotates, spins, pushing the passengers down, but also arcs. water falls into a glass, forming an S shape. Passengers live in rooms of traditional houses, generational estates, with space to fit 3 generations of families, keeping them close. They learn from one another as the years, decades, the century passes. The ship is without windows to look to the outside world, for the walls of the ship are the floors. Instead, windows face inward, upward, and to either side, to ship-wide gardens, courtyards, and plant nurseries. The sun and the moon, day and night. The ship has no star, no sun of its own yet, but ship-wide lights play the day and night of a place on Earth. A place where generations of astronomers watched the night sky. From 1675, a place founded by a king for navigating the seas. 0 degrees longitude, 51.4 degrees latitude, Greenwich Park, the Royal Observatory, the birth of universal time. It watches Earth's sun rise and fall. The lights on the ship follow too. The ship's lights shine the brightest here in the farmlands, the heart of any civilization. Open fields of human workers working alongside primitive machines. There is nothing artificial here, as artificial intelligence was not brought from Earth.
Really?
The farmers provide for their families, their communities, their ship, and knowledge is passed down, spoken from generation to generation, building the foundation for the future civilization, adapting to the day when the passengers make landfall. Moving around on the ship, it is not said north, but in the direction of Proxima, the direction of their new home, forward. And it is not said south, but Solara, Earth's sun. And up along the curve, one direction or the other, it is circular, curving in on itself, like the universe itself. Yet one direction is heavy, upwind, with the spin. The other, light, against the spin, downwind. And outwards, towards the dark blanket of stars, is to head to Stellara. And inwards, to the core, to the point of singularity, is to head to the center. A life lived in 3 dimensions, within a capsule of time.
Cool, bro.
The inner core is without gravity. It is hollow and does not spin, used for planetary storage. Surface landing spacecraft.
Yeah, bro, you start with that. What's the power in this popsicle stand? Yeah, they'll probably just send
For
it up in the
decades,
fucking
SETI has
Starlink,
scanned
in
the cosmos
Starship,
for
right?
signs of intelligent life. Now, according to them, we haven't found anything confirmed. No smoking gun techno-signature. But contrary to what the mainstream media tells us, the search hasn't come up blank either. Not even close. Recently, Breakthrough Listen released something called the Exotica Catalog, a revolutionary list of over 800 distinct targets designed as one of everything in the observable universe. It includes prototypes of every major astronomical class, extreme superlatives, and mysterious anomalies. The accompanying 293-page notes document dives deep into why each object was chosen, often flagging potential techno-signature relevance. These aren't just random targets. Many could host or be evidence of advanced civilizations, from nearby probes to stellar engineering and even galaxy-scale projects. If even a small percentage of these anomalies are artificial, and I believe that they definitely are, the universe is probably full of alien civilizations, some operating on scales we're only beginning to imagine. But instead of just taking my word for it, today we're going to be counting down my top 10 anomalies from the Exotica catalog that, in my opinion, point to galactic civilizations, ranked by a mix of scientific intrigue, how directly they tied to techno-signatures in the notes, and the breathtaking implications if they are real. Most may have natural explanations. That's how science works, but I am convinced that at least a percentage of these are not natural, and I'm going to show you why I believe this and why the universe is definitely full of advanced extraterrestrial civilizations in just a moment. Number 10. There are Oumuamua-type objects within our own solar system that are equally mysterious. I'll go ahead and mention 3 examples. 1991 VG, 469219 Kamalawea, and 3753 Kruithna. These near-Earth objects share stable orbits with our planet. Horseshoe, tadpole, quasi-satellite, or temporary moons captured for months or years. Some, like 1991 VG, were once suspected of being human space debris, but they don't fit current definitions. The Exotica catalog notes highlight work by Dr. Benford, and he's determined that Earth co-orbitals are ideal long-term vantage points for ETI, or extraterrestrial intelligence, Earth-observing probes. They offer stable parking with low energy costs to reach and maintain. 1991 VG and similar objects have even been discussed in older literature as possible artificial probes. If these things are real, a nearby galactic civilization has sent robotic emissaries to monitor us, which is the classic behavior for a civilization exploring or surveilling other star systems. There are, of course, natural explanations, such as asteroidal fragments or Luna ejecta, but still, Breakthrough Listen has targeted some of these candidates, and they remain easy candidates for artifact searches or high-resolution imaging. The fact of the matter is, if there are Von Neumann probes in our solar system, even probes this close to our planet would be very, very difficult to identify unless we take a close look, which, up to this point, we never have. Number 9 is the so-called ultra-luminous infrared galaxy, and we're actually looking at a galaxy known as ARP 220. But before we talk about this, we need to talk about what a Kardashev Type 3 civilization would mean. To understand the scale of this sort of thing, and to also define what a Kardashev civilization is, we need to look at the Kardashev scale proposed by Soviet astronomer Nikolai Kardashev in 1964. It classifies civilizations according to the amount of energy they can harness and control. A Type 1 civilization has mastered all of the energy resources available on its home planet, roughly the level humanity is approaching today, with global solar, wind, geothermal, and nuclear power. But a Type 2 civilization can harness the entire energy output of their home star. For example, by surrounding it with a vast array of solar collectors known as a Dyson sphere or a Dyson swarm, which you're looking at right now. The Type 3 civilization is something that was long thought to be impossible, at least from a practical standpoint. It commands the total energy output of an entire galaxy, potentially by building such structures around millions or billions of stars across hundreds of thousands of light years. A Type 3 civilization would re-radiate enormous quantities of waste heat in the infrared across the entire galaxy, which is exactly what ARP 220 does. It's also known as UGC 9913, and it is the nearest and most famous ultra-luminous infrared galaxy. It's located about 250 million light years away, and it shines with roughly 1.5 trillion times the sun's luminosity. But almost all of that energy emerges in the infrared rather than visible light. How can you have 1.5 trillion suns only glowing in the infrared? This is precisely the kind of extreme infrared dominance and optical suppression that we would expect and what we observe in objects like ARP-220. So if this is real, we are seeing the infrared glow of a galactic civilization that has effectively turned its home galaxy into a vast energy collection machine. If there's a natural explanation, then a violent merger of two galaxies is triggering an extreme starburst of some kind. But still, its extreme properties make it a high priority target in the Exotica framework for techno-signature scrutiny. It is a truly remarkable galaxy, something that really shouldn't exist unless there's something artificial at work. Number 8, disintegrating planets. This one is known as Kepler 1520b or KIC 12557548b. Boy, you have to get used to these very unexciting categorizations when you're studying these kinds of objects. In any event, this object is a hot, rocky planet orbiting extremely close to its star. So close that it's being torn apart. It produces highly variable transit dips that are asymmetric and change from orbit to orbit, accompanied by a long comet-like dust tail trailing behind it. But what makes it a striking anomaly is that no planetary model has ever predicted this behavior. In other words, this sort of thing simply shouldn't be happening. Typical planets either survive intact or they are completely destroyed in a single catastrophic event. But here, the planet appears to be gradually disintegrating over many orbits, shedding material in a way that creates a variable, extended dust cloud. The Exotica notes flag it as the prototype of this rare class precisely because its light curve and dust production defy conventional explanations for planetary evolution and survival in extreme environments. So what could this be? Well, if it's artificial, a civilization could be actively mining or dismantling the planet for resources, or we could be seeing the engineered remnants of a megastructure project gone wrong, or perhaps a megastructure in the process of being constructed, and first a planet has to be torn apart and used for resources in order to build the megastructure. Really, most models involving Dyson sphere construction involve the complete destruction of a planet, ripping a planet apart and utilizing its resources to build the Dyson sphere. But natural explanations exist as well, of course. Intense stellar radiation and tidal forces gradually stripping the planet's surface and atmosphere. But it remains one of the best studied examples of a planet in the final stages of destruction. A destruction process that really shouldn't be happening, and yet it is. Number 7, pulsar planets, and the example we'll be looking at is PSR B1257 plus 12 ABC. These were the very first exoplanets ever confirmed, discovered in 1992, orbiting a pulsar, the rapidly spinning, highly magnetized remnant of a supernova. The 3 planets have terrestrial masses, and yet they exist in an environment of extreme radiation, intense magnetic fields, and gravitational stresses that should have destroyed or prevented planetary formation. The anomaly lies in their very existence. Standard planet formation theory assumes that planets form in relatively calm disks around young stars. A pulsar is the collapsed core of a star that has already exploded. How did these planets survive the supernova blast, or how could they form afterward from the debris in such a chaotic system? The Exotica notes include them because they represent an entire class of exotic planetary systems and environments previously thought uninhabitable. And there are other details that we need to add to this. For example, pulsars are very strange objects in and of themselves. We have believed that they are natural objects for quite some time, but we have yet to be able to explain how millisecond pulsars can exist. They should not be spinning as fast as they do, and they should not be keeping time as accurately as they do. And yet, they absolutely do behave this way, and it's incredibly useful to astronomers in a wide variety of applications. An amazing coincidence that natural objects would be so useful, but perhaps they are, and perhaps these planets exist due to some sort of planetary formation process that we don't understand. But if this is an engineered anomaly, then a post-supernova civilization either survived the cataclysm or migrated to these stable but harsh systems, or even used the pulsar itself as a power source or beacon. An alien megastructure in close proximity to a pulsar would absorb enormous amounts of energy, far more than a much larger megastructure that would require a lot more work around a calmer sun. And by the way, if you're questioning the weird and bizarrely artificial nature of these objects, why don't you listen to PSR V1257?
JGE. What is it? Dude, if somebody gives 2 or more, we can get the other half of the song. How about that?
Number 6, the so-called blue stragglers. In this particular case, strange stars that exist in the M44 cluster, also known as the Beehive cluster. Blue stragglers appear in star clusters as stars that are significantly bluer and more luminous than the main sequence turnoff point, meaning that they look younger and more massive than the other stars in the cluster, which makes no sense because all the stars in a cluster should be roughly the same age. This is anomalous because, according to standard single-star evolution, once a star exhausts its core hydrogen, it should evolve into a red giant and leave the main sequence. But blue stragglers seem to have reset their evolutionary clocks. There's a particular star known as 40 CNC, and the Exotica notes highlight this star as a well-studied example within the M44 cluster and reference some older work proposing that at least some could result from artificial intervention, perhaps stellar rejuvenation, or even construction through advanced technology. If this is real, it's direct evidence of stellar engineering on a massive scale by a galactic civilization. And by the way, not that far away from us either, because this star cluster is pretty nearby. But of course, there are natural explanations as well. They might form through stellar mergers or mass transfer in binary systems, which can inject fresh hydrogen into the core. The artificial hypothesis remains speculative, but illustrates why these objects were selected as anomalies in the catalog. Number 5 is the so-called classical Cepheids. Now, Cepheids are pulsating supergiant stars whose brightness varies with precise, well-understood periods. They are the cornerstone of the cosmic distance ladder because their period-luminosity relationship allows astronomers to measure distances across the galaxy and beyond. pretty damn useful for interstellar navigation. Now, while their pulsation is well modeled by standard stellar physics, the Exotica notes include them because of a provocative technosignature idea in a paper published in 2008. An advanced civilization could deliberately modulate, according to the paper, a Cepheids pulsation by directing neutrino beams into the star's core to alter its temperature and brightness. This would turn a natural variable star into a controllable galactic beacon visible across enormous distances, a very useful galactic beacon. If this is real, a deliberate galaxy-spanning signaling or communication network exists using natural stars as amplifiers. Now, of course, there is a natural explanation. The pulsations are driven by what's called the kappa mechanism, a well-understood ionization zone in the star's envelope that causes periodic expansion and contraction. The modulation hypothesis is highly speculative, but still, it's amazing that these things are so precise, that they have such a precise pattern to their pulsations, and it demonstrates why even well understood objects can be viewed through a technosignature lens, and everything changes about these objects when we do.
I thought about that a lot, right? Yeah.
Number 4,
wasn't that crazy?
extreme
That's
planetary
wild.
collision debris
Just so happens
disks.
to be
And the two
perfect.
examples are star BD plus 2307 and NGC 2547 ID8. These systems show massive amounts of warm dust orbiting the star, often at levels far higher than expected for the star's age. BD plus 2307, for example, is ridiculously dusty for a star older than 1 billion years, while NGC 2547 ID8 shows sudden, dramatic increases in dust that suggest recent catastrophic collisions between planetary bodies. Repeated collisions. The anomaly is in the sheer quantity and behavior of the dust. Standard debris disk models predict that dust should be cleared or depleted over time by radiation pressure and collisions. Extreme, long-lived, or suddenly appearing dust requires recent, large-scale disruptions on planetary scales. And apparently, this happens many times with these stars. The Exotica notes discuss these as potential sites where planetary engineering, resource extraction, or the aftermath of megastructure construction could occur. So if they are artificial, these are remnants or active sites of Kardashev Type 2 civilizations building or dismantling large structures. The natural explanation would suggest giant impacts between planets or planetesimals, or dynamic instabilities that stir up material. But these would be really extreme cases because they require unusually violent or recent events that happen over and over again. Frankly, the natural explanations for all of this don't hold up very well. Number 3, black body white dwarfs. The example is DON 124. Most white dwarfs show distinct spectral lines from hydrogen, helium, or heavier elements in their atmospheres. But black body white dwarfs like TON 124 are rare because they display almost perfectly smooth, featureless spectra, as if the atmosphere is completely pure or absent in a way that produces ideal thermal radiation. This is anomalous because white dwarf atmospheres are expected to show compositional signatures from the star's previous evolution or from accreted material. The Exotica notes explicitly connect this to SETI. Quote, small megastructures around hot stars are expected to have this kind of black body spectrum, according to a paper published in 2018. An artificial structure could produce a similar clean thermal signature. If this is real, a civilization has surrounded or modified a white dwarf with engineered material, creating a detectable artificial photosphere or waste heat emitter. Now, natural explanations would be perhaps extremely thin or stratified atmospheres, or specific cooling stages where lines become undetectable. Once again, these natural explanations don't hold up very well and are quite unique if they are indeed natural, and that's why they stand out in the catalog. Number 2, close double degenerate binaries. And by the way, if you've been enjoying this content, please don't forget to subscribe if you haven't already done so. I really would like to hit 300,000 subscribers at some point this year. The examples are WD0135-052 and PSR B1913 plus 16. These are pairs of white dwarfs or neutron stars in extremely tight orbits with periods of hours or less. Their orbital speeds are a significant fraction of the speed of light, and the systems are losing energy through gravitational waves at a measurable rate. They're one of the few stellar objects where we can detect gravitational waves coming off of them. What makes them anomalous is the combination of extreme proximity, high orbital velocities, and the fact that such systems should merge relatively quickly on astronomical timescales. In other words, we shouldn't see them while they're orbiting each other. They should have already merged. The Exotica notes a paper published in 1963 and also notes that enormous orbital energy and speeds in these systems could theoretically be harnessed for Dyson gravity engines or to accelerate spacecraft to relativistic velocities. If this is real as engineered, a galactic civilization using these natural compact object binaries as massive particle accelerators, energy sources, or launch systems on an enormous scale. Natural explanations are that these systems form through common envelope evolution or interactions in dense stellar environments, but their short lifetimes make the observed population itself somewhat surprising, without continuous formation, but shouldn't be happening. So in other words, we see so many of these things, we really shouldn't be seeing as many as we do. The natural explanation, once again, is pretty weak. But the last one, there's no natural explanation for it at all. Number 1, the anomalous galaxy showing a large-scale hole. This is the ultimate galactic scale techno-signature. Some galaxies, very few, display a significant hole, a clear and substantial deficit in visible and optical starlight across a large portion of the system, while showing a correspondingly enormous excess in infrared radiation. This pattern is exactly what researchers predict for a civilization that has constructed Dyson spheres or swarms around millions of its stars. The visible and ultraviolet light is captured for energy use and re-radiated as waste heat in the infrared, creating the appearance of a dark hole or underluminous region in the galaxy's normal optical profile. Searches using methods such as the Tully-Fisher relation, comparing a galaxy's dynamic mass to its observed optical luminosity, and wide-field mid-infrared surveys were specifically designed to detect these outliers. NGC 247, which you're looking at right now, is one of the most obvious examples of these bizarre galaxies. If this is real, a civilization has reached true Kardashev Type 3 status, reshaping the light output of an entire galaxy with millions of stellar megastructures. Natural explanations are unusual dust distributions or mergers, but a combination of large optical deficit with matching IR reprocessing remains one of the most intriguing large-scale anomalies. And we do have a very few intriguing examples of these throughout the cosmos. Well, viewers, we've now explored 10 of the most compelling anomalies from Breakthrough Listen's Exotica catalog, from possible nearby probes monitoring Earth to stellar engineering projects to full galactic scale endeavors like ARP 220 and the mysterious galaxy with a hole. The middle entries stand out because each challenges our standard models of stellar and planetary evolution in ways that open the door to technosignature interpretations. If even one or two of these turn out to be artificial, it means intelligence has not only arisen elsewhere, but it reached levels where it can reshape stars, planets, and even entire galaxies. A confirmed technosignature at any of these scales would instantly answer one of humanity's oldest questions. We are not alone, and the cosmos is far more active and engineered than we once thought. SETI hasn't found anything confirmed, not according to them anyway, but the Exotica catalog exists because we're no longer limiting the search to Earth-like planets around sun-like stars. We're looking everywhere everywhere, including at entire galaxies that might already be under intelligent control. The anomalies keep coming. Future versions of the catalog will add more as new surveys and machine learning tools flag additional weird signals. The next breakthrough could be hiding in one of these exotic targets or in data that we already have. Thank you for joining me on this journey through the Exotica catalog. What's your favorite anomaly from the list, or do you have another entry from the notes that you think deserves a spot in the top 10? And by the way, there are more anomalies than just these. If you want me to create another video that covers some more of these anomalies, please let me know in the comments. And also, thank you so much for your contributions to my GoFundMe page recently. Because of YouTube's recent decision to stop promoting my content and the enormous impact this has had on my revenue, I found myself painted into a corner and thought I would have to lay off my producer. But because of your help, I feel very confident that we're going to get to our goal, because we're more than 50% of the way there. If you'd like to help as well, all the details are in the description. Please don't forget to like this video and to also hype it and hit that notification bell. That's really important. Thanks again, and until next time, stay angry about space.
I got a lot of shit to be angry about, you know? Space is something I try to stay not angry about. I like space shit. My politics.
Out here on the edge of Saturn's rings lies one of the strangest worlds in our solar system.
As soon as possible.
From a distance, Enceladus might appear to be frozen and lifeless. But when one of NASA's most advanced research probes arrived for a closer look, it found something that should have been impossible. This moon is alive. And as incredible as it might
be. I need to do a GoFundMe because I'm gonna get fucking, you know. Thrown out of my fucking house. How about that for a GoFundMe? You all should subscribe because nobody does it like we do. Am I right, Jet? Sick emotes, sick chatters, sick schedule. What, like, cancel your Hassan subscriptions and subscribe here instead. You'll thank me later. Twitch's #1 anti-debunker stream. Look. A lot of shit the media is not telling you. And I'm here to tell it to you. Okay? I'll see through their lies. And then I'll see through the liars' lies. That's what I do. I see through everybody's lies. That's how I roll. So I tell you when, you know, someone's lying and when the liars are lying. So it's like double liar, prevention, protection. I protect you so I don't have to prevent you. She sings in Loxian. I heard that, yeah. Enya does fuck with the aliens, huh? I wonder if she fucks with Headband Lady. No one dances quite like my brothers. And my subscribers, I mean. No one dances quite like my subscribers. Non-subscribers can't dance. Because they're too fed up with media lies. And Hitchhiker Effect. They're still watching Cosmic Jack videos. Did I tell you on the site where I download audiobooks from? I saw some of Jack's books. I saw some Jack Connor stuff. You know, tip your barista better than you tip me. You know? That's how it's supposed to go.
it appear on the surface, the real mystery that we need to solve is in what lies beneath. Enceladus was first discovered by famous astronomer William Herschel in 1789, but with the telescopes available at the time, there wasn't very much to see. Apart from being unusually bright, it appeared to be just another one of Saturn's many moons. It wasn't until nearly 2 centuries later, during NASA's Voyager 1 and 2 missions in 1980 and 1981, that we finally got our first close look, and Enceladus immediately stood out. The moon's surface is covered almost entirely with water ice, and this ice is so white that it reflects around 90% of the sunlight that hits it, which actually makes Enceladus the most reflective object in the solar system. Since it absorbs almost no warmth from the sun, Enceladus is also extremely cold. Its average daytime surface temperature can be as low as -200 degrees Celsius. However, while NASA was expecting Enceladus to be a frozen and inactive world without any major surprises, when the Voyager probes sent back their first photographs, astronomers were immediately confronted with a mystery. Like most moons in the solar system, Enceladus' surface was covered with impact craters, but only on one half, the moon's northern hemisphere. Around the North Pole, some of these craters were up to 35 kilometers across, but down towards the equator, they become increasingly smaller until you reach the southern hemisphere, which is covered by sprawling smooth plains that looked almost as though no asteroid had ever landed there. This made no sense. It's not like there's some invisible shield stopping asteroids from hitting this area, so if craters were missing, then something had to be erasing them. The only question then was, what? One hypothesis to explain this was Saturn's E-ring. Astronomers at the time knew that there was a very faint blue halo that was surrounding the primary rings of Saturn, but they were less sure what it was made of or how it got there. When the Voyagers arrived, they observed that the E-ring was actually filled with very small, icy grains, and that was really fascinating because these grains had to be relatively young, otherwise over millions of years they would have crashed into each other enough to become an ultra-fine dust. So it was clear that the ice grains would need a source that was constantly replenishing them. The surface of Enceladus is also made of ice, and since the moon just so happened to be orbiting Saturn right on the E-ring's densest point, it would make sense that this was the source of its particles. So the initial theory was that the surface of Enceladus was somehow being sanded smooth, and the dust from that cosmic sanding was becoming the E-ring. However, the divide between Enceladus' northern and southern hemispheres complicated things. If it was simply shedding its surface, then there was no reason it should shed more from the south. The only other way to explain this was if somehow the southern half of Enceladus was not as dead and frozen as it looked. When we think of an active world, we're usually talking about one with a hot core that is still burning energy from the planet's formation, and that heat then travels out and drives activity on the surface. Small worlds are supposed to cool down quickly and lose that energy source. Enceladus is tiny, only about 500 kilometers across, about the size of Arizona. So by this point, it should have been
it's free,
long
right?
dead. But still, the evidence suggested that something was alive inside the moon. Unfortunately, both Voyager 1 and 2's encounters with Saturn were brief, and neither one of them flew close enough to Enceladus to shed any more light on the mystery of its strange surface. Or at least, that's what we thought. On November 13th, 1980, as Voyager 1 was flying away from Saturn, the probe managed to capture this amazing photograph. You can see Enceladus here above the planet. It's small, but if you zoom in really far in, you'll notice something off about it. The moon appears to have a tail. NASA didn't notice this at the time, but hidden within this photograph was the first clue they needed to understand Enceladus' strange surface. The Voyager missions had raised a lot of questions about Saturn, its rings, and its moons. So in 1997, NASA, the European Space Agency, and the Italian Space Agency launched the Cassini-Huygens mission to continue studying them. The spacecraft arrived near Saturn in 2004, and this time when it observed Enceladus, astronomers' wildest theories were finally confirmed. It seemed that the moon was adding material into space, creating a sort of halo around itself. And the reason why became clear in some of Cassini's first images of Enceladus. One feature that immediately stands out near its south polar regions are these 4 tectonic fractures, which scientists call tiger stripes. That mint green stuff that you can see inside them is water ice, and we can tell just from looking at it that this ice is probably less than 1,000 years old, which on the cosmic timescale is practically brand new. But these tiger stripes weren't just young, they were also unusually warm. Cassini's infrared measurements revealed that their surface temperature was around -128 degrees Celsius, which is still brutally cold, but a massive jump from Enceladus' average temperature of -201 degrees. Now this is one of the biggest turning points for Enceladus. A smooth or young-looking surface could reasonably be explained by something that happened long ago, but Enceladus's tiger stripes were emitting heat, and that confirmed that they were active right now. By this point, scientists were starting to form theories about what exactly was happening at the moon's south pole, so they came up with a very smart technique to observe it. The probe positioned itself in front of the moon as a star passed behind it, basically creating their own eclipse. If Enceladus had no gas around it, the star would shine normally until it disappeared behind the moon's solid body. But if there was gas above the surface, the starlight would dim before it reached the edge. And that is exactly what happened. About 24 seconds before the star went behind Enceladus, Cassini's ultraviolet instrument detected absorption from water vapor above its south pole. It was an atmosphere, a very weak one, but still something extremely odd to find on a moon. However, what was even stranger was that during a previous observation, Cassini did not detect any water vapor above Enceladus's north pole.
Really?
In other words, its atmosphere was thickest at the south pole and got progressively weaker towards the north, where it was virtually non-existent. Now, how does a moon end up with such an uneven atmosphere? Well, check out these pictures Cassini took during the eclipse flyby. The bright streaks you see are massive plumes of gas and ice shooting out from Enceladus's tiger stripes. The stripes were not just cracks in the moon's surface, they were geysers, and they were spraying millions of tons of something into space every year. This was extraordinary. The fact that Enceladus had geysers implied that somehow it was producing cryovolcanic activity, or in more simple terms, ice volcanoes. Here on Earth, volcanoes erupt molten rock from the planet's interior, but on a world as cold as Enceladus, volcanic activity looks completely different. Instead of lava pouring out onto the surface, you get frozen slush blasting into space. When NASA's scientists saw these plumes, they were finally able to solve the mystery of Enceladus's impact craters and Saturn's E-ring. Through these cryovolcanoes, Enceladus was releasing ice grains. Some of them fell back onto the surface, covering up the moon's impact craters. But some of them escaped into space, helping replenish Saturn's E-ring with every orbit. But even though the ice plumes solved this mystery, they raised even more questions. NASA had to get a closer look to see exactly what was shooting out of these plumes. And fortunately for them, the Cassini probe was outfitted with a cosmic dust analyzer. Now that Enceladus had suddenly become one of the mission's most important targets, NASA prepared for a daring maneuver. They rerouted Cassini to fly right through Enceladus's plumes, collecting samples 50 kilometers above the surface, and then a second time just 27 kilometers above. And by doing this, Cassini found something that left them completely speechless. It found possible evidence that Enceladus could sustain life. You see, life, at least as we know it here on Earth, only needs three basic things to survive: water, organic molecules, and energy. And after Cassini flew through the plumes, NASA had gathered evidence for all of them. The first ingredient to life as we know it is liquid water, and at this point NASA knew for sure that Enceladus was spraying water vapor into space, but they still thought that most of it came from a small liquid pocket under its south pole. As for the rest of the moon, it was believed the icy crust was directly connected to the rocky core, with no water in between. Except when scientists analyzed Enceladus's orbit, they noticed something weird. Enceladus is in what's called an orbital resonance with one of Saturn's larger moons, Dione, which is about twice its size. And every time Dione completes one rotation around Saturn, Enceladus completes two. That means the two of them fly relatively close together and meet up on a regular basis. So during every one of those close encounters, the gravity of the larger moon pushes on Enceladus. This strange gravitational relationship causes Enceladus to orbit Saturn on a slightly elliptical or oval-shaped path, meaning for half of its orbit, Enceladus is closer to Saturn while on the other half it's further away. What's weird though is that just like our moon, Enceladus is tidally locked with Saturn, meaning the same side always faces the planet. But Enceladus does something a little different than our moon. As it orbits Saturn, it appears to rock slightly back and forth. This movement is called libration, and you can think of it as a tiny wobble on the surface of a moon. Now, if Enceladus was completely solid, like NASA thought, then the surface shouldn't be able to wobble, but it was, which meant something had to be letting the outer ice shell move independently from the planet's core. And the simplest explanation was an underground ocean of water beneath the crust that wrapped around the entire moon. On top of that, when Cassini flew through the plume and analyzed the ice grains, it found salt. This may sound like a minor detail, but salt is exactly what you would expect to find if a moon's rocky core had spent billions of years underwater, having its minerals slowly dissolved into the ocean. So that confirmed an abundance of liquid water, but the second thing life would need to survive on Enceladus is the right soup of chemicals. Life here on Earth depends on 6 major chemical elements: carbon, hydrogen, oxygen, nitrogen, phosphorus, and sulfur. When Cassini flew through Enceladus's plumes, it found that they were overwhelmingly made of water vapor. But all of these chemicals were in there as well. In fact, there were even some of the complex organic molecules needed to put together amino acids, which are known as the building blocks of life. Now, life can't survive on ingredients alone. The third basic thing it needs is energy. In a world as cold and distant from the sun as this one, where could it be coming from? Well, it all ties back to Enceladus's orbit. Remember, Enceladus always faces Saturn the same way, and its orbital path is slightly oval-shaped. Because of this, Saturn's gravitational pull on the moon is constantly changing, so as Enceladus orbits the planet, it's constantly getting stretched and squeezed over and over again. This is a process called tidal heating, which usually generates heat deep inside a moon's interior from all of the friction. That would explain how Enceladus generates enough energy to heat the water it sprays from its geysers. But Enceladus also has another source of energy, which could be even more important to life. Here on Earth, most life depends on energy from the sun, but deep at the bottom of our oceans, some ecosystems live in total darkness around hydrothermal vents, and they get their energy from chemical reactions happening between water and rock. When Cassini flew through the plumes, it detected some hydrogen-based molecules and silica particles, the same thing found on the deep water hydrothermal vents here on Earth, which is a hint that something similar could be happening on Enceladus. So Enceladus has a small ocean's worth of water, all the basic chemicals needed to create life as we know it, and enough energy to sustain it. This makes it by far the most promising place in the solar system where we might find life beyond Earth. In fact, NASA was so convinced that this was a real possibility that in 2017, when they crashed Cassini into Saturn, one of the stated reasons for doing it was to prevent any bacteria from Earth that may have been in the probe from contaminating any future studies of habitability and potential life on Saturn's moons. However, Enceladus is not the only one of Saturn's moons that Cassini studied, or the only one that could harbor life. Saturn's largest moon, Titan, is one of the strangest places in the solar system, and you can learn all about it by watching this video on screen right now.
Yeah, I love Titan. That's my shit. I love Titan almost as much as I love subscribers.
There is a mystery inside Neptune. This glowing blue orb on the edge of our solar system is not as frozen or calm as you might think. It is a violent world with a powerful force of nature that is almost
What's up, Vetters? Patrick here with Vetted. Today we're talking about this.
Mike Batista here. The footage you're about to watch contains documented evidence of an interdimensional being suspended within a plasma-type orb. This footage was captured by the psionic asset team while conducting a field operation in a remote location of Florida. Billy Kryzak will be doing a full analysis on this video and more details to follow.
That could be us, but you playing. That's what you think it is, Kryzak? I want to know what Patrick thinks because he's such a debunker.
Please hit that like button, Vetters. That really helps out the videos. And of course, if you're not already subscribed and you want to see more videos like this, hit that subscribe button. So I'm here in beautiful Malaga, Spain, off the Mediterranean coast, shooting another video for Vetted. But while I'm here, of course, news breaks out about a very special video released by Michael Batista, who is the former Skywatcher psionic asset. And I just did a video about something similar, right, where Science Bob McGuire, I'll put a link in the description so you can see that video, spoke about an event that happened at Contact in the Desert where they allegedly captured on camera, right, a UFO landing and two beings with suits walking out of it. Absolutely indisputable. Aliens, UFO, the whole thing.
We believe that at this event,
Dude, Pavel said this was bullshit.
Will land and stand outside and maybe even interact with. They are coming very close.
I will say I'm not under anything, but I did see and hang out with Bob and Mike Batista and was shown some footage at the table. That shit was actually kind of crazy.
Yeah,
I will say, if there's more of that stuff, Bob, that's coming out, I was like, yeah.
Much more. So every time, well, a craft came down and it landed behind a tree.
I don't trust
So
this
the one
Bob
out in the
good.
desert,
I don't
it
like
came
this
down and
guy.
landed 200 meters
He's
away,
sketchy.
right out in the open.
He's like a Doty
So
type.
it's just what as the entities and Batista and J2, etc., grow more accustomed to regularly doing this, they're coming closer and closer and closer. And I'm going to
Dude,
tell
they
you
would
what,
come closer
Sarah
if you
Jam
weren't
and I
there.
want to get on and go fly and see the rings
Weirdo.
of Saturn.
You ain't going
Is
anywhere,
it that
bro.
you can actually see a
They would never
craft
take you.
outline, or is it just like a light?
Oh, no. The one that was in contact in the desert, there is a craft landed on the ground and two entities walk out.
Well, there seems to be a change with that. Bob McGuire has come forward to say that he misspoke, he made a mistake, and that didn't happen at Contact in the Desert, and he actually wasn't there for this event at all.
Yeah,
But
they
there
would
is a
come
video
closer if he
of
wasn't
this event, and I actually reached out to Mike Batista, who did give me a comment about Bob. I did not listen to the space or recording, so if this is what he's regarding, but I do have a new landing recorded we are aiming to release on a big platform in the near future.
Yeah.
All I can say right now. So,
Dude,
I'm
this
left
guy
a
is
little confused
psionically
myself. Okay, so
enlightened.
is something going on? Does something happen? Is this
Just like
something,
subscribers.
What? We get a video?
Well-known.
Are there beings? Are there aliens? I mean, at the end of the day, that's all I care
Psionic
about.
boost.
Is there proof
for
of
subscribing.
aliens? So, kind of turns out, right, this video, I don't know if it's
Your
the same one that
powers
Mike
will be
Batista was talking
multiplied.
about, because he said he does have a video of a landing, and that's coming out later. Literally in an X space that I was hosting with Gino from the Y-Files, talking about my new
Gino from
documentary,
the
Psionics,
Y-Files.
right?
Dude,
The
least
Minds of
trustworthy
Summon
guy out
UFOs.
there.
It's available now at Psionics.
0 out of 10 on the
Doing an X
PSYOP
space,
scale.
and, boom, this other video gets posted of a psionic event that Mike Batista had, where he summoned a craft, it landed, and beings came out of it. And they got it on video. And I'm going to show you the video they released of that incident. And you can tell me what you think.
Mike Batista here. The footage you're about to watch contains documented evidence of an interdimensional being suspended within a plasma-type orb. This footage was captured by the Psionic Asset team while conducting the field operation in a remote location of Florida. Billy Kryzak will be doing a full analysis on this video, and more details to follow.
And Billy Kryzak, the gentleman that Mike Batista said would be releasing more information about the video,
Billy Kryzak will be doing a full analysis on this video.
Put this out on Twitter, and he goes by Pro Pixel Video Analysis and Research on X. He put, "No bullshit, this is real. It appears to be an interdimensional being. This one appeared during a psionic session led by Mike Batista. This is real footage, captured during a psionic session. The chain of custody of the footage is known. This is not AI, it is not CGI. You are looking at something truly incredible. It appears that there is a humanoid being standing behind a console. There are what seem to be warp or dimensional bubbles that are moving rotationally around back and forth and expanding and contracting. There appears to be 5 nested bubbles working to maintain an environment for the being. There's no other information to share other than Mike put out the call, they answered, and we recorded it." And then they also put out some stills of the images. And I just have to admit that Billy's not a scientist, so I don't know what he really knows about, interdimensional beings or warp or dimensional bubbles or any of that stuff. So it's a weird thing to sort of, in my opinion, talk about. So I don't know. The video analysis seems incomplete, if you ask me, and if that's what his thing is, right? Pro pixel video analysis.
Yeah,
and
Billy
research.
Kryzak, what happened, man?
This, just seems a little less than to me. And I mean, no disrespect, but
Bro.
I don't see anything in these pictures. And how do we know that they're interdimensional
Dude, Kryzak,
beings or footage
did you get hacked?
captured during a psionic?
Humanoid being standing next to a console. behind the console are warp or dimensional bubbles that are moving rotationally around back and forth and expanding and contracting. 5 nested bubbles working to maintain an environment.
Accession. The chain of custody of the footage is known. It's about, interdimensional
he must have been
beings
there.
or warp or dimensional bubbles or any of that
I bet you
stuff.
Kryzak was
it's
there
a
when
weird
this
thing
happened.
to sort of incomplete, if you ask me, and if that's what his thing is, right? Pro pixel video analysis and research. This seems a little strange to me, but nonetheless, this is the statement, and this is the information they put out. And I'm hoping I can talk to Billy one day and get a little more information on this, because I have a bunch of questions to ask him, and maybe if he added some more context, we could understand this.
Dude, that guy
a little
started
bit
off as a
better.
debunker.
So I have to be honest, my gut reaction, I don't really see anything here. But I wasn't there at this event, so maybe if I was in person, I would feel differently. But I don't see anything in this video whatsoever.
Yeah, you probably think the Vegas video is lame
told
too.
What I should see in the video, but I don't see that. You know what I mean? So I don't know, right? Mike seems to think that it's very difficult to capture these things, and they sort of mess with your camera. I'm not saying that's not possible. I'm just saying maybe that's the reason, if it is true, that we don't get good video. But they're telling us there's an alien here with a console, and I just don't see any of that. And we're not really getting any information about everything that preceded it. I'd like to see a camera on Mike Batista where you can see it's Mike Batista. Watch him start summoning with his mind, and then turn the camera around to the sky and get that thing coming down and zooming in like a one shot, no cuts, right? So we can see the whole process. I actually did some of that in my movie Psionics. I'd like to see some similar things like that. So we'll have to wait and see if that's a possibility. I'm working on something potentially where, maybe I'll be able to do something like that myself, aside from the movie. I don't know. We'll see. I'm trying to work on getting some proof of this. But in the meantime, this is what Mike and his team have released. I don't know if there's more videos coming, but at the moment, just that video alone doesn't do anything for me. I'm just being honest. I'm not insulting anybody. I'm just saying I just don't see any of the stuff that they're talking about as that being indisputable proof that we're not alone on this planet. Again, the biggest claim in human history, and you're claiming to have the puzzle piece to solve that puzzle that no one else in the history of mankind has been able to solve. Yeah, I'm gonna be a little critical. I'm not just going to see what you tell me to see in the video. It just looks like blurry lights. Nothing indistinguishable, no context, no before the video and after the video, right? How are they zooming in? What's going on? We're gonna need to see the entire process. The editing is what is me personally taking me out of it. No points of reference in the video. So we'll have to wait and see. But let me know what you think down in the comments of this. I look forward to more stuff coming out for sure. I think clearer video, something indisputable. If you have to be told what's in it, it's not clear. The idea would be you show someone who has no idea what you're showing them. Probably someone that doesn't even care about UFOs, right? At all. Has no interest in anything. Just a stranger. And you show them a video, they go, oh, shit, that's an alien spacecraft landing with 2 aliens walking at it. That's what you need. Not stuff that's dark, blurry, ambiguous.
Whatever, bro. Alright, I gotta go. Thanks for hanging out. Consider subscribing. Really helps. If there's anything else I wanted to watch. Should we read a booba streamer? She said. How about that? How about that? Happy Pride, by the way. Parade is today. I'm not going because parades suck, but... Is this guy doing Stargate shit? Okay, it's very close to it. Okay. Well, subscribers, it's been real. Non-subscribers that will be banging your moms one at a time. Don't worry, they've already asked. I will be your stepfather. It's okay. I'll be chill about it. But I will be making you give me your Prime subscription. So you could avoid all that struggle and hassle. You know, we can get back to fucking solving problems if you just subscribe now without all the fuss. The ignominy of streamer banging your mom. I took it too far, didn't I?